Good to go? I'd like to call today's meeting to order. Jen, will you do roll call, please?
Tom McDonald.
Here.
Len Titis. Jennifer Finley.
Here.
Jim Molitor.
Here.
Carol Langford. Terry Pitts. Bing Matt. Ellie Bundy.
Present.
Martin Charlo.
Present.
Mike Delson. James Steele Sr.
Thank you, Jen. Mike Dolson's out. He lost his mother. We'll be up for a little bit. Martin, would you please do the prayer for us, if you wouldn't mind?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lumlams Tupia, today I pray for our people that lost family or friends or parents of friends. Let us be able to heal and process our grief in a way that's not bad for us. Let us pray for our first responders, our police, our health care workers, our military, especially our membership who are struggling right now. Let them find a way or a path to get back on the road that they need to. Pray for our mental health, physical health. Let us take care of the people that we truly need to take care of, our children, our elders, each other, ourselves. We always forget about ourselves a lot. And especially pray for the people that are doing their medicine doings right now in their lodges and everything else. Let them be safe. It's probably one of the most important times of year for teaching and learning, especially our cultural things that we don't always do a good job of passing down. So let the people go out and learn the stories that we can only tell during this time, and maybe learn some songs, and part of what truly defines who we are and makes us very unique from the outside world. And pray for the people that are attacking us. Let them find some warmth in their hearts and especially in their brains. Keep those up real well and let them work and get some logic in there and some reason. And let them understand kind of who we are. Maybe we can help educate them. But I always pray for our friends and enemies and anyone in between. So much.
Lumlams, Martin. All right, we have our minutes from January 10th for council consideration and approval.
Motion to approve the January 10 minutes with corrections.
Motion by Len to approve the January 10th council minutes with any corrections.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Bing.
On page 3, my, the little statement here about the appointment, you know, we're getting a call from them, can you just omit that out of that paragraph? Was on the telephone issue.
Thank you for that clarity. Second by Martin, approve the January 10th tribal council minutes with any corrections. Any further discussion? See no further discussion. All those in favor, show of hands. Unanimous? Okay, we have today's agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda? We have one walk-in. Okay. Martin, or Bing? Bing has one item. Okay. Carol? Okay. Martin?
I think I want to do that in executive, please.
Any other changes to today's agenda? If not, motion by Len to approve today's agenda with changes. Second by Jimmy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous? Okay, we'll take our first walk-in.
Renee. She was coming back from TK for the resolution.
That's quick.
It's quick, Renee.
Mr. Chair, members of council, we had brought in a resolution Tuesday for COVID leave. And a motion was made, a second was made, and then it didn't pass. The recommendation of the executive team was to allow 40 hours of COVID leave with 20 hours being allowed to donate.
Martin?
Mr. Chair, the reason I opposed it was because of the implementation date not being, and so I would have supported it if we would have taken out calendar year and made it effective that date, so.
Go ahead, Len.
Renee, did we have some employees that have put in for the leave?
Yes.
For the,
Yes, and I've been informed that there's departments that haven't done their personnel action forms yet because COVID leave's not available and they were affected prior to today. So we do have employees that were affected, that were out with COVID prior to today.
Okay, so how would that, if we were to, pass the COVID leave without the retroactive date, would that impact them?
Yes.
Would they still be able to,
They
access
would
it?
have to use their PTO.
Okay,
I'm unsure if there's any employees that don't have any leave because we haven't received the personnel action forms yet.
there are employees that do not have leave.
I'm unsure if there is or not.
Okay.
Martin?
So they're just holding these personal action forms based on our action? Aren't you supposed to submit personal action forms within 3 days of the incident or what you're requesting? So we're gonna have to backdate those now too?
My understanding is departments haven't done the personnel action forms because the COVID leave is no longer available on the
Yeah.
paycheck stub.
That was,
Shouldn't they still be submitting them in a timely manner and not holding on to them? I mean,
No,
regardless, they need a paper trail saying that this employee was affected January 2 to January 6, let's say. That, in my mind, that personal action form should have been done the 6th or as soon as we got a doctor's note or something to that effect. So now we're gonna have to go back. And I guess the other question I have is why didn't you bring this to us before this expired?
We've brought it in three different times.
Yeah, Renee, that's kind of my question for me. It's like, it would have been great to have this conversation like in December.
I believe we came in at the end of December.
I think the second week.
And then that was when we were directed to, when I was directed to meet with the executive staff and come up with recommendations for council.
Carol?
Yeah, I got a call last night from an individual who has COVID and was asking about the leave. And I told the person that called that it's not available and that we're asking people to start using their own benefits. And they didn't squawk at it. They really wished it was still available, but, you know, understood what we need to do as a council. But, you know, I also have no problem of maybe extending it this year for the 40 and back and doing the back pay to January. And making clear this will be the last time unless there is a situation where it just goes crazy again. But, you know, then that's notice to people that don't ask Glenn or Carol if you can get COVID leave next year, because it's not gonna happen.
Mr. Chairman, just an FYI, we were notified yesterday, that we had an outbreak at the Case Kootenai Culture Committee staff, so.
Well, yeah, COVID's out there. Still out
Still
there.
there.
My dad has COVID right now. My personal issues I do believe we have a really nice benefit package. And what I'm concerned about is that we do have a mechanism to provide for those hardships where people are out of their personal PTO. And we can fund that somehow, beyond, you know, leave sharing with other employees, that we would have a mechanism for those people that are, you know, that can continue to have a paycheck. But when I look at this as all the other things that have been done by CDC and everything else, when I go out there in the community and go to a basketball game, go to everything else, I am not seeing the same crisis that was there before. I'm looking at, we're back to normal. And being back to normal means that this type of a benefit package is great. It was funded by additional revenue that came forward to us, and we still have a balance remaining. I just don't know if there's a better purpose for that remaining funding than this. So I am personally going to vote against this at this point in time, but I would recognize and respect the decision by everybody, knowing that there is COVID out there, but there's also pneumonia, there's other forms of flu, there's other communicable diseases that are out there, and that's my only issue. But I really want to make sure that we have a program that cares for our employees when they have an extended illness, or that is really of no fault of their own. And I think that's our responsibility to help keep a permanent workforce and provide for our employees. But given the other measures that are out there for CDC guidelines and knowing what's going on, I'm having a hard time with this personally, and that's just me. So, go ahead, Martin. Len. Sorry, Len.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fact of the matter is the government allocated this funding to the tribes to address these various COVID issues. So we're not losing any tribal dollars. This is all government dollars that was given to us, so we can make sure that all of our employees are kept whole. It's not their fault that COVID's still out there and they're still getting it, still impacting their families. So I think that's the importance of us keeping this policy in place.
I don't disagree with that at all, Len. It's just the fact that I would like to exhaust the regular benefit package first and then use COVID funding when there's nothing else remaining. Yeah. And this is using COVID first instead of the regular benefit. Is that correct, Renee?
Yes.
Any other comments?
I'll make the motion
Motion by Len to approve the resolution to extend the COVID leave policy as presented for option 1 by staff for calendar year 2023. Second by Dave. Any further discussion? Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Renee. And that, Len, just to clarify, you're backdating this to the first? And one other thing, I guess, just for comment. This idea that you brought this to us in December and probably are throwing council under the bus for this not being here. If there was urgency, or if you had the urgency in this and the executive staff had the urgency in this, we wouldn't be here trying to backdate this. And I hope you understand that's the frustration here, is we're cleaning up the mess that you guys should have cleaned up in 2 weeks if it was the middle of December. I get the holidays, but at a certain point, departments need to take accountability for what they're doing and not doing. And same with up and down our chain of command, from the lowest to the low to us. And this is just one of those examples where we're 12 days into the month. And we're backdating this because we think there are PAFs out there, but we don't know because departments are holding on to them, which isn't protocol, which I'm assuming they're talking to you because they must know not to put them in, because if they did, they would expire. I'm going to probably grudgingly support this because, like COVID it's part of our lives now. And only because we have the funding, only because it's not coming out of ours. But I think we also asked you to bring in something to look at our leave share policy, and that's pretty urgent too. you know, I'd rather bump up that 80 hours a year in addition to keep people whole. And I know that's not possible because this isn't, you know, recurring funding, but again, we need to be accountable for things and not just tell us, oh, I brought this in December, so it's back on you. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Go ahead, Carol.
Vacation, is it in here that this will be the final year? I'm just,
It's, Carol, it's an annual, it terminates at the end of the calendar year. So in order for it to carry forward, just as Renee has presented, it has to be renewed. Otherwise, it's effectively dead. And that's what happened January 1st.
so
So
it's dead now.
there was no COVID leave policy January 1st,
Unless we say that,
unless you have
Unless-
something new or renew it.
unless we say that this is the final year, I can't support it.
Terry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We voted on this on Tuesday. Why are we voting on it again?
We didn't take a vote, on it,
Yeah, we did,
did we?
It failed,
and it failed.
Oh, okay.
it failed. It failed.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't pass.
I'm in the twilight zone. Go ahead, Rick.
And I would just like to say it wasn't, you know, Martin, specifically Martin, it wasn't my intention to throw council under the bus. This is the first time I've ever been involved in the COVID leave process. Prior to this, it was handled at the chair level.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, show of hands. Five, four. Those opposed, show of hands. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, my math's wrong. It was up on both? Okay. We have 5 against, 4 for. Jennifer, did you vote for the resolution to extend COVID or against?
I vote for. Sorry, I'm having trouble with the emoji. I vote for it.
Okay. So the motion passes. Five, four against. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, next.
Into your executive, that was our only walk-in.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's go to Bing. You want to go into,
But in executive yet, did you want
do
to
you
go?
need to go in? Bing, you need to be in executive? Okay, go ahead, Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last night my brother came to the house and they brought me a letter that he received from Lisa Shorts about so that he got some bills from her for sewer and up there at the powwow grounds. Facilities maintenance, and John stated that they belong to the powwow committee, so I am forwarding to you for payment. Please let me know they made it to you by calling, texting, or emailing me. That was from Lisa. My brother brought in one invoice from 1921 for the one-day powwow they had up there for that memorial. and it was for $970. And, was for RV dump of 250, and then, the sewer bill that for 4 days, but I don't know how it got 4 days because I think that day on, in 2021 was only that 1 day powwow. So I don't know where that came from. The other bill was from this year. It's a total of $1,940. And for sewer charges, RV dump for $500. The sewer charges were $1,440, for a total of $1,940. But I told my brother, I said, I didn't know whether or not that Powwow Grounds was hooked up to that sewer system or the community system up in Arlene. I thought it was just, they were still hooked up to the septic systems up there, and they were pumped out just last year again before the powwow. So I'm not sure if this is accurate. A bill that came from the Arlene Lake County Water and Sewer District, and and furthermore, 1921, this should have been paid by maintenance because they were still under maintenance at that time. Until just the last 3 weeks ago when they got on their lands. They're put in their lands, and I don't know what the hell land's going to do because they don't do a lot of maintenance that I know of. That's needed up there. So they got out of this. Maintenance department got out of this and put it on lands. Now it's up to lands to do this. But I think it's a bunch of crap. Myself, because I think maintenance should be the one responsible for this because they're the ones that oversee these facilities, been overseeing these facilities, and all of a sudden they got work to do up there. Now they don't want nothing to do with it. But I kind of think we ought to come and bring Lisa in here, have her and John both, and just see why the hell they're not going to be taking care of this stuff and like they should be. So. Just some things that I think that needs to be looked into because I don't think it's right.
Thank you, Bing, for bringing that forward. Len and then Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Typically, if these entities had a lease to use tribal land, they would be responsible for the bill. But in this case, we're talking about volunteers, okay? And so the tribes are responsible for those bills. And I would strongly advocate that. And we just kick that back over to the executive team and tell them to take care of it. Because it's their responsibility. Tribal property, it's their responsibility.
Thank you, Len. Carol?
Yeah, this is a prime example of people not knowing the history and making decisions. I don't know how, I talked to Jimmy this morning about some of these situations, and God, just ask us, we'll tell you. We know that the powwow committee can't afford it. So, somehow we got to stop this person from making these kind of decisions, or keep us informed. Ask us first and then we'll tell you exactly. It's like I told Jimmy this morning, like when they tried to put the culture committees down below, or when they were taking the burial pay away, you just ask us. We are in these communities. We know what our people do with this money. And if you just asked us, we wouldn't have had to go through all the heartache. And so this is just another example. So thank you, Bing, for bringing it forward. And I agree, bring them in so we can tell them. And somehow we need to get a handle on this executive to stop throwing our weight around, I guess. I don't know how to say it.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you,
Chairman, Council Line, and just by what Carol said, I think one of the things that would really settle a lot of stuff down is if we just had this executive team inform us what's going on before it happens, because when it does happen, then it really comes down on us as a council. If we ask them for something, they should inform us right away of what's going on. These kind of things here, you're right. I just don't understand why they're billing the Palo today. It just don't make any sense. I don't know. They just need to take care of that bill. And Bing's right. I don't think that sewer's been used. I don't think it was ever. They're still using the dump in the sewer system. I mean, into the septic system. And I don't know. You know, that whole line, when they put that sewer system along there in Palo Road, the last trailer that was there, they were billing that. They never did hook it up. It was never hooked up, and they were sending a bill to them people. I don't know how they follow that, but you can't send people a bill and charge them a whole lot of money. They're not even hooked up to it. You know, it's still got its own septic. So a lot of that was never finished.
Yeah, go ahead, Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to follow up what Jimmy said about them homes. There's another one too. Sylvia McDonald's home is not hooked up to that line either. You know, and yeah, my son, he's on that board, and he thought that the Power Grounds and Sylvia was the only one that wasn't hooked up to that sewer system. You know, and you know, before there was no issues with this before, you know, and all of a sudden maintenance wants to get out of this, and you know, I think that's sort of responsibility with that before to pay for this, and all of a sudden now, Mr. Nice and crew, they want to pay for this stuff, you know, and they're the maintenance department, you know, and they're the ones that should have been responsible to see this was all taken care of. Because now 21, they didn't have any budget to pay for that for that system, you know, and the only way they did do it is that a lot of that stuff was made just for the memorial and whatever else they had up there, you know, that day, and they had some dancing and whatnot afterwards, but you know, that's all it was, just that one day, you know. And now they said there's whatever I said there was there, but you know, it's not that length of time. $900 and some odd for one day, I think, is kind of outrageous myself. But anyway, you know, I just think that they ought to be brought in, and so we can talk to them and see where you know, what we can do with this. We can put the responsibility back on them so that they're able to get these maintenance issues taken care of, you know, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done up there, and if we're going to turn around and give it to Lands, I don't know what Lands going to do. Another thing we got to look at is getting an MVP on the ball and getting them transformers put in there. So I don't know why that's not done yet, but because they were directed last winter to get them put in, but still not done yet. So anyway, you know, there's a lot of issues that's going on up there and not being taken care of yet. So what they're going to do, drag their feet to the last 2 weeks again and start working on it, you know. And so they did get the carpet put in, and that was about it so far, but nothing else has been done.
Thank you, Bing. Yeah, we can provide direction to the executive staff for that bill to be taken care of inside the departments. We can bring that up and have a schedule for all the work to be done at both sites created now this month. That'd be a good idea. So we can follow that and track it. Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know those transformers, any entity that's trying to get them, they take over a year just to get them. So that just needs to be an update to let people know that where that's standing, but that's part of the issue there.
Thank you, Terry. Any further discussion on that? Otherwise, we'll go to Carol's topic.
Oh, it was the shower situation in Arlee. I think Patricia Hibbler is handling it. There's a homeless a lady that lives out in the field in Arlee, and her boyfriend lives there in a trailer. And they went to take a shower, and they wouldn't let the boyfriend take a shower. He needed to pay. And so now, the last time they went, he was gonna go take a shower. Again, the same situation kind of happened. And so it's just like, come on. Yeah, at the fitness center. And so Patricia Hibbler's trying to clear it up. So hopefully it doesn't rise to this level, but come on, people, get on board.
Yeah, let's be human beings here. Okay, thank you, Carol. All right, no further items. We'll go to our first scheduled item, and that would be Shane, Cheryl, Craig. Come on up. Good morning, you all.
Good morning, Tribal Council. Good morning, Chairman McDonald. I just wanted to introduce our new superintendent, Shane Hendrickson, and say goodbye to our acting Craig, who his last day is today.
Good morning, Council and Chairman. I just would like to say that it's been a pleasure and an honor to have been detailed here for the past 90 days. And it was very eye-opening, and I learned a lot while I was here and discovered that your tribal members are wonderful to work with, and it made me really feel at home while I was here. So I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you, sir, for your helping us out and taking taking the tour of duty here with us. We very much appreciate that. You know, having someone here in person is critical to carry on business and have that interaction with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and trust responsibilities. So I'm sure Cheryl's been fantastic, and of course that's one of the key things. And hopefully, as you said, the rest of the staff was great to work with. But we really would want to thank you. Thank you for your work and coming here and your service to the government and to all of you people, wherever. I don't know where you're going back to, but hopefully they're going to benefit from you. So thank you again.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, Squex. It's been pretty humbling to be here, to be in this position. I want to thank Craig too for all the teaching that he's done here. He agreed to stay on a little bit longer to transition with me, so I'm very appreciative of that. So I've learned a lot with him over the last week, and then want to thank Cheryl too for her tenure here, and thank her in advance for all the training that she's going to give me in the near future. So thank you, Cheryl. For those that don't know me, I'm Shane Hendrickson. And I grew up in Arlee, graduated from Arlee High School, got my degree in fish and wildlife at the University of Montana, and I've been with the Forest Service for the last 32 years. And this is my second week with the BIA. I've jumped agencies, moved to the BIA, obviously, so it's a little bit of a transition for me and a learning curve, but I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to build this relationship between the BIA and the tribe and the department heads and the tribal members, and make that a true partnership. Not that it hasn't been, but I want to make it stronger. And I want to enhance that trust, responsibility, and sovereignty, not only on the reservation, but off the reservation too. I'm looking forward to working with other agencies off the reservation in our Aboriginal treaty rights area, and enhance and maintain and develop and further those partnerships with those other agencies too. So I'm looking at this holistically. As much as I'm I can, and I look to you for guidance in how to do that too. So thank you for allowing us an audience today.
Thank you, Shane, and that's, you know, I worked with Shane for a long time, and Shane has volunteered on one of our boards, Native Fish Keepers, as one of the board of directors there for that previously. But you know, knowing the land base like Shane does here and all the issues, it really behooves us, and having his expertise in resource management and being the you know, tribal liaison in acting positions, he's done that for the Forest Service. His depth of knowledge, I mean, I'm going to try to exploit him as much as I can in making sure that we're doing things right and we're caring for our resources in the best fashion we can. And I believe Shane brings a lot to the table. And I'm really happy that you're here, Shane. I can't tell you how happy I am. So I would hope that you're ready to work another 32 years. You know, you can maybe break Stan Speak's record, longest term federal employee, combination of Forest Service and BI service. But I certainly look forward to it, and I believe all, I can speak for the council, I believe all the council looks forward to it. I know our two Arlesians are probably happy to see an Arlesian up here. You know, they're just everywhere. You throw a rock and you hit an Arlesian. I don't know. Golly. Oh yeah, okay, Martin, that's right. It's just everywhere. Then that teacher over there, you know. Carol?
Yeah, I first of all want to say welcome Shane, and looking forward to a long-term relationship, and also the key word, trust responsibility. This tribe is very progressive, and I'm sure you know that because you're a part of it. And we have made strides in many areas, and so I hope that the relationship is a working relationship, and that when you see things wrong, you let us know. We can certainly correct those. We know we've got however, there's nothing that can't be overcome. I see this tribe as kind of being in the forefront in the way they handle the trust responsibility that was previously done by the BIA and with your compact, and like I said, I think it should be a model for other tribes to look at and possibly model the way they do business and the way they, because we're, the economic development part, I see is very important for tribes to have to be self-sufficient and have their sovereignty. And you guys are well on your way. Thank you. I appreciate those comments, and want you to know that we do help other tribes, and if they want to come in and observe us, that's what we allow, and then help them with whatever they need. So anyway, thank you both. And Cheryl, of course, You can't retire. No way. You're too young.
Thank you, Carol.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that same note, you know, you look at our legal, we have a lot of local tribal members that are representing us now. And then Shane just putting the icing on the cake there, just proving, you know, that we've really come a long ways, and really proud of our membership getting involved and become educated. And we're so blessed to have him be one of ours in his position. And of course, Cheryl, we always appreciate you and your family and all you guys contribute. But thank you.
One of the, of course, as council all knows, there's so many things going on. You know, when you talk about implementation of the water compact, the unitary water board, rebuilding the irrigation project, climate change stresses on the resources from warming temperatures, increased fire threats on our Aboriginal grounds, whether it's from Canadian interests with tech mining, polluting our rivers and streams that our people are so connected to. It really is a time for creative thinking and problem solving, and that's what I like about Shane and working with him and resource management over the years is he comes to the table with creative ideas. He can solve problems, and he reaches out and communicates, and he expresses himself in that regard. And I really appreciate that, Shane. And so, given the situation ahead of us, I couldn't think of a better person to be there with us and move forward into the next period that we're in, is having you at the local superintendent position. So I really want to thank you for having the interest in stepping up and getting out of your comfort zone and going to a sister agency. I mean, really, that's a tough decision. I really appreciate it. Go ahead, Len.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, and welcome and congratulations. You know, as the chairman mentioned, we do have a lot of things going on as we're going through the court adjudication, the rebuilding of the irrigation district. There's going to be a lot of changes that are going to be taking place here, and as you are aware, we have a lot of new people that bought up a lot of land here on the reservation and are not aware, and some are not even aware they're even on a reservation. You know, so we're going to be dealing with that mentality. And so I really look forward to seeing your stern leadership when it comes time to really acknowledging to these people who this water belongs to. And we look forward to working with you also. You know, a couple other challenges that we see here in the future that we want to pursue is the taking ownership of Mission Valley Power, actually owning this, so we can show the world that we can operate and sustain ourselves here. And so that's going to be very not only complicated, but it's going to be a long, lengthy process. So we're very glad we have you on board, and you're aware of the federal agencies out there that we have to deal with. And once again, congratulations, and sir, thank you for your time and service here and helping us. We really appreciate that. And as always, we're always glad that Cheryl's there to guide you all through the whole process and making sure that you know, we all keep a good working relationship here. And just one last item here. I just wanted to mention this as you are starting to learn the ropes. One of our frustrations and challenges in our realty department is the holdup of appraisals in the Portland office. That we have a lot of people that impacts their lives, and they're getting frustrated and continue to wait. So I really hope you can put that on top of your list on something, on one of the issues to address. So thank you.
That's a great topic, and I don't know if that means that you go back to Portland, put on another hat, perform those functions that there's nobody in there doing. But you know, anything creative would be great, working with, the area director. And, you have a lot of similarities with the area director as far as, resource management. So I think you guys will connect really well. We appreciate that too. Any other comments? Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Shane, I also wanted to say, welcome you here and look forward to working with you. Thank you for your time, your service here. And also wanted to just say for Cheryl, my family. But anyway, I've always, it's always gone to Cheryl. She's been here a long time. And so, work all that out, but it just seems like every time I have a question, I see Cheryl, and more so than anybody else, but I will change it up, be coming over to see it. I got a couple of questions right now on some land issues that I wanted to find out an answer. So I will connect with you and welcome.
Any other comments? Bing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shane, I already told you this before, and I wanted to tell you, welcome aboard, and it's great to have you, and I don't want you to get too comfortable over there, because Carmen and I might need you to help us get some elk out of that Yellow Lake country again. But, it's good to have you, and Craig, it's good to have you here, and doing what you needed to do. It's sorry to see you go, and I guess that's the way it is, and maybe you want to go home and be with the family or whatever else, but it's good to have you here. And like Jimmy said, my cousin over there is sitting on the other side of you too, so she can keep old Shane in line. I know she will. So, but it's good to have you both on board, or I was on board, but it's good to have you here, and appreciate what all you've done. Thank you.
That's another peer pressure, right? Family. So, Drew, Lolita, Betty, they're all watching you. They're all really proud of you, I'm sure. And so have you in this leadership position is fantastic. So, yeah, my office is always open. I know where your office is. But, yeah, welcome and thank you. Thank you, Craig, for your service again. Thank you for stepping up, Shane, and Cheryl, as always. You've been the rock over there, and thank you for that. So,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thanks for the time, and thanks council for the time today too. And again, I'm excited to be here.
all right. Well, good luck.
I'd like to say a final word as well, and thanks again. Thanks for the wonderful comments you all had for my tenure here. I'd like to say that I really do. I think I'm a pretty good judge of character when it comes to evaluating people, and I utilize that in my not only when I work with my subordinates, back in Arizona, but the people that I report to. And the past week, 2 weeks that I've spent here with Shane, I really feel like he's going to be a good fit. He brings a unique expertise here, as you have mentioned, and I think he's going to do a great job here. We've had a crash course in realty the past week or so, and he didn't have a deer in headlights look to him, so I think he's going to do just great. And of course, I can't speak enough about Cheryl, and not only her knowledge and the legacy she brings here. She's a very important part of that office, and one day when she does retire and leaves the bureau, it'll be a sad day because of everything that she's brought to the table, and all the superintendents that she's trained. And I learned that after being here a couple of days, her knowledge base. And one last thing I'd like to contribute is you had mentioned issues with appraisals and challenges. I have a relationship with the head of the appraisals office, so I will contact Mr. Greg Powell, and he does it for the whole United States. He's the director. So he's actually based out of the Western region. So I'll have a discussion with him and introduce him to Shane. And so hopefully we can get some movement on those issues and concerns.
Well, we really appreciate that, Craig. Thank you so much. That will hopefully help us out quite a bit. So I know one time that, Shane revealed to me he did have a deer in the headlights look. And I think, and it's related to hunting, he had about a 1,500-pound buffalo in a hollow, and he was wondering, why did I shoot that animal? And all the work ahead, like, what did I just do? What's going on here? But he was successful. You know, persistence will prevail as always, and he got that animal out. So thank you all for coming in this morning. Appreciate it. All right, we might take a 5-minute break, and then we'll proceed with our next agenda item. All right, we're gonna have to get started again.
Shannon is on.
Okay, let's hit our next agenda item. Shannon Claremont.
Morning, Chairman McDonald and council members. Sorry for not being present, but I have competing agenda items here on my schedule also. So I just wanted to present here a little bit and introduce our Bison Range ecologist here, Peter Bagoni, who's standing there at the table. We are requesting to pursue a grant opportunity with the BIA for invasive species funding. It is consisting of some aerial spraying on target weeds such as wiregrass and sulfur cinquefoil. Some of the nastier two weeds that are on the Bison Range. Just for a little background there. There is more of a write-up on page 3 of the agenda for the weeds. It also kind of gives a breakdown on the budget. Page 4, which we have showing there, is the breakdown of the budget. And I will let Peter take it from here and kind of explain what he's thinking on this.
Welcome, Peter. You have to push the button there on the mic. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and Council. As Shannon introduced, this is a restoration project that we want to conduct on the Bison Range. Having spent a little bit of time there now, about 6 months in, my kind of evaluation of the rangeland there at the Bison Range is that it's in pretty degraded state right now, and it's been restored to the tribe in that condition, unfortunately, but that's the condition where we have to take it from here. In thinking about kind of some areas that we wanted to target early on in our restoration projects, we have a couple of critical areas for wildlife, in particular the bison, but also the other ungulates that use the area. So one of these areas, about 700 acres or so, is in a basin called Alexander Basin, and that's a pretty critical low elevation area for grazing. That has still a robust amount of native bunch grasses intact and native forbs intact, but Ventonata there is still a threat with about 20 to 30% cover throughout. So this treatment of using Rejuvra will provide kind of long-term control for Ventonata in these areas. It's been borne out through the research that Rejuvra is a really good treatment for Ventonata, and it's working in many areas across Montana and Washington and Oregon. So the research has bore out that it works for that. And then we've got a couple of other smaller areas, about 350 acres in one area, kind of on our north border, which we kind of consider the front line of weeds coming onto the Bison Range, and in particular Ventonata from other areas. So we've got that area we want to treat, and then there's another area that's pretty critical right along the Tour Road that is adjacent to some lands that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service treated with Ventonata in 2020. So it'll kind of form a larger kind of contiguous area of treatment there. So those are our Ventonata treatments that we'd like to perform. We don't need to do anything besides aerial spray for those. Unfortunately, the product is extremely costly at this point, so that's really what drives the price up. It's almost $1,000 a gallon for the product. And so that's what really we're paying for here. The helicopter treatment is really not as expensive as I would have thought, but it is still kind of expensive. But given the terrain at the Bison Range and the timing of being able to get this on the ground in a day or two with a helicopter versus, perhaps weeks, if we were to ground apply it, and then with some of the terrain, we can't even get in there to use ground application. A helicopter would be our choice in this application. And then with sulfur cinquefoil, we've got some areas mostly to the south of the bison range that are almost monocultures of sulfur cinquefoil. You know, we're talking 80 to almost 100% cover in some of these plant communities. And if we don't stem the tide here on those, we're just going to see this kind of march across the range, unfortunately. And so, but with sulfur cinquefoil and with the type of herbicide we'd like to use on there, we want to follow up with a revegetation project. So we want to use Milestone, which has been shown to work really well on sulfur cinquefoil. And again, given the terrain, we'd like to apply it with a helicopter. But then we want to follow up with a rangeland drill or an ATV spreader and get some native seed out there. And we've picked a couple of different bunch grasses and some native forbs to seed some of these areas post spraying. So we'd probably spray in late June for sulfur cinquefoil and then revegetate sometime in probably early October. The seeding part of that is what really drives up the cost there. You know, for example, like, and that's about 530 acres. For example, when I priced out about 530 acres worth of blanket flower, it's about $35,000 to buy that seed for that amount of area, for that territory. So that's expensive, but if we just go out there and spray, we're basically just going to invite some kind of secondary invasion from some other invasive weed that we will have to tackle. So as we know, with integrated weed management, you know, spraying is just really kind of a Band-Aid, but really the long-term, more holistic way of working with these restoration areas is you gotta introduce some native seed, and you have to start to bring back that plant community. So that's what we're proposing here. As you can see, this is a 50-50 share with BIA. And so we've got some employee costs in there, which you know, will kind of offset some of what we're asking for. And so we're kind of, oh, and I guess this is, yeah, this may not be the exact way that we're going to break down the budget. But we've added some employee costs in there for our time and work. And so we're asking for the BIA within the grant to pay for most of the product and the helicopter spraying and the seeding. And then, you know, our employee time out there came out to about $93,000. So that'll kind of offset some of what we're asking for. So, yeah, any questions around that? Yes. Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on the understanding that you're having the bison free roam. And I was thinking that they'll probably kind of congregate where the best feed is. And it would seem that it might be a management tool is to move those bison according to the availability of good feed. Because if you let a place that doesn't get cropped down, then you get a defecating result. And over a period of time, that would probably impact the quality feed. I know that by letting certain areas mature and reseed the good seed, the good grass, but if you go in there and graze it down, then the weeds will be what's left because they're not going to eat those weeds per se, and then you kind of have an increase. So I just was, that was mentioned the other day, and I thought, you know, you had a lot of pastures there, and I know you've taken out, removed some of those fencing, but I would think that the bison could be used as a management tool too, so they don't just sit in a certain basin and crop it down and take all the good feed out, and then pretty soon that weeds would probably take over that that better basin. So, but I do support, weed control and would, definitely make a motion to, move forward with the application of this.
Is that a motion to approve the resolution? Okay, motion by Terry to approve the resolution to submit the BIA grant application for weed control, Bison Range. Second by Bing. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Chairman McDonald, I good?
Oh, there you are, you're right here. Where's Ellie? Come here. How observant I am. Unanimous.
Tom? I-
Oh, Shannon, go ahead.
Make one comment. The deadline for this grant is, I think, tomorrow. I was hoping to get the resolution signed today. The BIA didn't send this grant out until a week before the deadline. So we are on kind of a rush schedule. That's kind of seems to be the way the grants have been coming in this year. They send out these big money grants and then there's a real short turnaround on them. And I think it weeds out a lot of people. And with Peter's stuff, we barely made getting it into this council on time. So
Well, we just approved the resolution, so as fast as we can print it out, I think we're good to go.
thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Council.
Keep up the good work. There's a lot of weeds out there, I mean to tell you. Oh, man. Oh, boy, I guess you would. Wow. Okay, Ruth. It's quick.
On your schedule, excuse me. Chairman, Council, beginning on page 5 of your packet, start with the real easy one, somewhat easy. Indian Affairs starts a very forward budget process. They are now in formulation of fiscal 25. Someday I hope we will move to a kind of a more similar forward process, at least for our Indian Affairs funding. They put forward a tool that is understandable to me, but people who don't work with the funding line items or descriptions much is probably don't find it real helpful or informative. But in a simple case, it's simply, they divide up the types of appropriation items in the total appropriations for Indian Affairs programs. And then there's amounts of funding that pass to us under self-governance that are pretty well set. There's not a lot of change that'll come about. But this is our opportunity to tell Indian Affairs what we feel are the top priorities within those categories of funding. So I circulated this a couple of months ago. I did not get response, so I put it out again because our deadline to submit this to the Northwest region is tomorrow. So I did get a response from DHRD, so they gave me a ranking. In the meantime, I went ahead and prepared a ranking, what I call the simplified ranking, beginning on page 6. So by priority, and these are, I think, are things that you readily recognize, the tribal priority areas, law enforcement, and so on. The priority I set is based on how much additional funding we reallocate to have it perform at the level you have approved. So you see in that very first one, the largest reallocation is going to law enforcement of 1.6 million on down the line. So just simply ranking in those terms is telling Indian Affairs we would like more funding in those areas because this is what we are actually operating in real life. So in that tool that follows page 7 on up through 25, that's my job then to take and complete and submit as the Northwest region request. So following the schedule of the formulation for Indian Affairs, it's very similar to ours. They are looking at collecting all of the tribes' priority rankings for the Northwest. They'll compile them, and then by February, they will make their final rankings, submit that up their ladder. And I think by March is when Indian Affairs actually starts formulating the budget targets. And so it seems like it's way off into the future, but this is what they have to do in order to meet the timeline to get appropriations enacted. Hopefully by October 1st. That didn't happen this year, but by the time it gets to October 1 of 2024, when they're going to begin 25, we already know what we've discussed and how that has all come out in the formulation process. So with your approval, the rankings, the only change that is made to what you got in your packet is DHRD's input to the very first one called Strengthening Tribal Communities. I had only ranked social services number 1, Indian child welfare number 2, and welfare assistance 3rd. Patricia Kershane then ranked all of the other items in that category. And I would ask that you accept her rankings. She ranked, I'm on page, sorry about that. I know it's a lot of pages before you get page 11. And you see, you were just given the blank tool, but what she had ranked, again, number 1, social services. This is the core funding for the social services program, dealing with all aspects of that program. Indian Child Welfare Act is also an amount of funding that's just about $90+ thousand we add into social services funding. And then welfare assistance is what we are funding child welfare support and also general assistance in our 477 program. The housing program is a very small amount of money. Don't be fooled by the description. There is no housing program, but it's an amount of funding that's identified as that. Number 5, she ranked job placement and training. This is about $136,000 annually that is in our 477 program. She ranked aid to tribal government as number 6. This also is a very small amount of money that comes down as a base amount in our funding agreement. And she ranked road maintenance number 7. That's an annual amount of $190,000 that comes down every year for that function. And last was small tribes supplement number 8. Small tribes is kind of one of those things in appropriations for Indian programs that obviously our tribe is not a small tribe. So small tribes, if they're funded by population formula or land-based, they tend to be that they get practically nothing, and it's not a meaningful amount to really accomplish. So they try to set a kind of a floor for small tribes. That's what that type of thing is. Otherwise, I'm on page, the next page, which is called Natural Resources Management. I ranked agriculture as 1, forestry as 2, and then natural resources as 3. And then water resources as 4. Those are the rankings that I construed from that. In the second half of that page, trust and land water rights management, I ranked real estate services as 1. That's and one of the core funding amounts, about $330,000 for the lands department. And then number 2 was rights protection, small amount of funding that is administered by tribal preservation. Probate, 3rd, land title records office, 4th. And then on to page, the packet page 15, public safety and justice, criminal investigation, police services 1. That's the core funding of just over 1.1 million available to law enforcement. Tribal courts number 2. We have just under 300,000 available for that program. Detention and corrections 3rd. And then facilities operation and maintenance 4th. Page 6, economic development, I simply ranked that first one as first. We don't get really any money in our funding agreement, very, very small amount. I think it's less than $10,000. The bottom of the page for education, in their formulation process, they only want the school to do the ranking, but since I did not get a response from the school, I went ahead and ranked scholarships as first. We only receive about 180,000 annually in scholarships. We fund it at $750,000. It's been in that status for many years now. Coming in second then is what, back to that page 16. Number 2 is ISEP. That's the funds that Two Eagle is the core funding for their program. So that's an important amount that we would prioritize. Third would be, skipping to the next page, Tribal Education Department. We fund Tribal Education Department solely with tribal funds. There's no bureau or compact funding that comes down for that. Funding it presently at well over $300,000 a year. Facilities operations for BIE education, that's funding that passes forward to Two Eagle for their facilities. And then right after that, the maintenance of those facilities, 5th. And then student transportation, 6th. Moving on to that next page, page 18, tribal colleges and universities, we rank 7th. So that's all of their rankings then for education. Construction, there's no ranking that I prepared except for, I mean, it sounds like it's construction, but, for education, construction, education facilities, improvement and repairs first. The facility now, Two Eagle, is 37 years old. So it's approaching that time for major repair renovation. And then public safety and justice facilities replacement and new construction. The facility across the street is going to be 45 years old, technically, like now. So it is obviously in need of major something. And then public safety and justice facilities improvement and repair, 3rd. And then other construction, telecommunications, 4th. Resource management begins on the bottom of page 19. They rank safety of dams as a construction because most of the work would entail the dams that we are operating, the maintenance and operation for BIA, rank that as 1st, and dam maintenance as 2nd. And those are not recurring because they're going to be based on the priorities for construction that the Indian Affairs would have applied to that as it affects the dams that are here on the reservation. So we remain as a contractor for that, in addition to the activities we undertake under Water Compact. So this is totally separate and apart from that. On page 21, then you have an overall category ranking. So given all of the relevance of the rankings that we made and then the tribal priorities by the fact of just simple additional allocation, the number 1 category is public safety and justice. Number 2 is trust natural resources management because of the high level of activity, trust responsibility for both lands and forestry. 3rd is the strengthening tribal communities. That's the social services and related services delivered there. 4th is trust land and water rights. 5th would be education. 6th is the resource management construction. And curiously, 7 is economic development, and 8 is construction. There's an opportunity on the following pages to present kind of our own stories. I was really hoping I would get some input from the field on those. I don't think my judgment is completely fair or objective or accurate even, so we'll heavily rely on that. I'm going to choose to not make any of those comments unless I get them directly from the field, because as I said, I need to complete this today and then get it submitted to Northwest Region by no later than tomorrow. That's going to be today in my world. So that finishes that, presentation. I welcome any of your questions.
Any questions for Ruth? I really appreciate you tracking this with our actual spending and doing it that way. I don't know how else you would do it, but I thank you for filling out that based on that need, or actually what we're spending out of tribal funds in combination with BIA funds.
I think you see, you know, real readily, we're funded half of what we spend. We're funded 5, we spend 10.
Yeah, and that's, the reality is that those are the things that the BIA should be funding. So we're picking up the ball that they're dropping.
I guess the real purpose for the tribal priority ranking, as you go about your travels and you have conversations with any of the leaders in Indian Affairs, anytime, kind of keeping those topics at the forefront of any comment you might make is helpful. And would just suggest that you could do that. Feel free to add anything else you might want to as well.
Ellie?
So Ruth, can we get a copy then of this when all of the rankings are?
Absolutely. I know, I realized I sent you the blank ranking. I didn't even send you my ranking. I thought, why did I do that? So, my apologies for that.
You gotta trust Ruth.
I know. Thank goodness I have.
Carol?
Yeah, you need a motion, Ruth. I feel really bad because I didn't get a chance to go through it, so. But it's due tomorrow, so I have asked Jen to send it to me. And then I'd make the motion, but before I do that, I wanted to say, I got a call and was asked to be a part of the Billings Budget Formulation Working Group. And they've selected 2 people to go since I was conflicted out anyway. And it's Tracy King and Mr. Black Eagle from, I'm not sure where he's from.
Dylan Black Eagle.
Anyway, and they're waiting for some other votes. So anyway, they will be traveling back to DC for that budget formulation, but maybe next year or something be on top of this. And
Yeah.
Have you received anything on this, on the budget formulation for IHS?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I get those. IHS is on kind of the same path as Indian Affairs, so they generally kick things off late in the calendar year. So they had a session, I believe it was December, and then they also send out the rankings. So each of the tribes in Billings area, which would be Montana and Wyoming, go through that same process. And because Billings area is mostly IHS operated, only us and Chippewa Cree are doing the tribal priority ranking. That one is, I don't want to say that it's sort of a different place for us. We are the most unique tribal operated program in Billings area. Historically, we were dependent on purchase care, and then in the last decade, we built up direct care. So really the strength of that has been the increased collections that bring in all of that additional funding. So to say in Indian Health Services world that we still highly prioritize purchase care, I think is an accurate priority setting. But we have always maintained that hospitals and clinics for us was not funded enough for our service population. So in recent years, it seems like behavioral health has been the top priority across the board. So if that's transpired anything, I have not seen that in actual appropriations. So, you know, it's kind of discouraging. We go through the effort of saying, this is our top priority, this is real for us. And then the lawmakers way down the road, for instance, in 2023, you know, Indian Health Service did receive an increase in its funding, but it's basically at the same level that it was. So there's not any huge increases that came out in 23.
Martin?
But we'll keep fighting.
I just wanted to offer at least my email to CC on, you're sending this out to departments, because it's a little disappointing that only one got back to you. And this seems like a very important funding source that we should be all over, and whether it be department heads or executives, they should have responded. So, thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead, Carol.
This would be something that I think that Clayton bring up in a a department head meeting that would say, you know, we need to come together and get these things responded to and get it to Ruth. And I don't know if we've had one for a couple of months, so that was the lacking. And we need to get on top of it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ellie.
Just a typo thing, and I'm assuming we don't have, editing options on the wording on the left, but if so, environmental is spelled wrong twice on.
Is it in that ranking tool?
Yeah, so that, we can't edit that, correct, but drives me crazy, I have to say it.
I hear you.
Bing?
I
Go ahead,
know,
Bing.
or it's instead of it's. Like, whoops.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ruthie, on the water management planning and development, reading that, and, wouldn't, some of this fall under the, compact settlement about dollars?
Good
Especially
que-
with the groundwater and the, surface water studies?
It's a good question. We have a base amount of 100,000 that's been coming down for as long as I've been in self-governance. Then there's also additional non-recurring that the water compact folks have applied for and received. They've now received 2 fiscal years worth of small awards for both the groundwater analysis and then also implementation. So they are applying those small pots of funding to those efforts right now in the compact. So as long as Indian Affairs makes the dollars available, there's no reason why we can't seek those awards for the work that we do, even though it's theoretically already available in the compact. So they're continuing to do that. All right.
Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we figure budgets, do we look at, since the cost of everything is increasing, do we have a percent that we anticipate for the following years? So we kind of figure that in.
Good question. Usually in the annual process, we'll set the targets to allow for a small across-the-board increase. So in 2023, we gave everyone a 5% across-the-board increase. So they had to try to estimate for their pay costs, for operating costs, for all of the things they ordinarily do. And there was several programs that, despite even that, could not even, meet their target given their just current level of operation. So you did approve some of those to go above that, but for the most part, like your own budget, that's all you guys got. Countless others across the organization were held to the 5%, and they seem to be able to come forward with something that they felt they could sustain. But given the federal funding, not only in compact, but usually in any federally awarded program, the opportunity for an increase is pretty minimal. And they typically are only going to fund pay cost increases. I have not heard of inflationary increases, but that is a theme that my supervisor Greg has asked we begin to have discussion around. I think it's valid considering there's been a really steep increase in all prices, all costs. Everything we do is costing more. So there is, a good, I think, intent behind asking for those increases. It doesn't hurt to ask. You got to remember these programs have always been historically underfunded anyway. And despite that, we take them on and we make them work in accordance with priorities. But at some point, we do hit the ceiling and are kind of stuck with the level that we have. So that's of concern always. When the appropriations don't even go up, then that means we have zero chance of an increase in those program areas. At times, Congress has targeted increases, or Indian Affairs has targeted increases. So we will see those small amounts in what we call our base, or what we started with, and whatever it is increased to the present. But when you total those up over the 3 decades worth of our administration of that, it doesn't add up to much. So it's a challenge for programs to keep operating at their current level.
it goes to the creativeness of the tribes and the resiliency to keep going. I mean, it's incredible to see how we do more with less. But it never hurts to always ask for more. The squeaky wheel at times has been successful to get greased and get that maybe minimal or maybe quite a robust increase, which is pretty darn rare. But it's possible.
All right, any more questions about that part?
See more questions? Carol?
Oh, I did make a motion, but I guess you didn't accept it. So I'll make a motion on the recommendations of the budget director, right? And departments. And to prove the submission. Rankings. Northwest Regional Law. Anything else?
Sorry, Carol, I missed that. Motion by Carol. Second by Terry. That's head shake. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous? Thank you for your due diligence there, Ruth, on this.
Exactly. Very welcome.
One of the people that does an outstanding job.
I'll have to
Continually.
keep living up to that.
You got some high marks, I tell you.
The, continuing to page 26, and this is, boy, I'm really showing my age here. This is 20 years ago. It was under a different name too. That's how long ago it was. 20 years ago, the Harvard Project on American Indian and Economic Development invited us to apply for recognition for our work in trust resource management. So I prepared that application, and there's actually a very poorly scanned copy of that begins on page 28. It basically told our story of, just how we manage trust resources, principally forestry and land. So we submitted that, and we actually were received or were awarded the, yeah, you're a great tribe or whatever. Anyway, it's called Honoring Nations. So we were in that year's awardees for that. So they've invited us now to put ourselves out, self-nominate as an all-star. And so 20 years, I thought, was kind of a good way to look back and say, well, we thought we were great then, but how great are we doing now? So with your approval, if you would like us to put ourselves out there for that, I can complete this application. It is due the end of the month. It's pretty simple. On page 34, you're just basically kind of retelling the story, asking the question or answering their questions, kind of promoting what the tribe is doing in the interest of other tribes could utilize the practices or the approach that has been to our benefit. Kind of along the way, the program is most visited by other tribes to our tribe have been our health programs and our realty programs. We do one thing in realty that's unique among all tribes in the country, and that's we have a title plant. I don't even know if there's another tribe that operates their own title plant. But that is one of the things that we have done for 29 years now. So we are rightfully proud of that. Other tribes are greatly interested in our processes, how we do acquisition, how we do leases, how we do probates, how we do any number of those really important trust functions in there, as well as, kind of flipping clear to the other side, healthcare programs. Not very many tribes operate purchase care, and we've had a long experience with that. So if I was to pick another time to nominate ourselves for recognition, we might travel over to the other side of our house and say, maybe we should hold out our model for healthcare delivery for recognition. So just an idea for the future. Any questions?
I am kind of upset that, we're calling it all-star, I call it superstar. But I would concur with the application again and Pretty cool when it happened,
Mhm.
that long ago, and
Yeah,
we have the author right before us, so what better
still hanging in there.
person to do it than you, Ruth? I appreciate you even bringing it forward.
Yeah, I almost just brushed it off and I thought, well, it would not be in good taste to ignore it because, you know, it's just not how
No,
I
you,
like to
you have
word
an
it.
obligation to bring it forward
Yeah.
as the author of the one
Yeah.
that got us on the Harvard program. So, I would look at it as a, it's hard to toot your own horn, but it's a good reference for us. It's a good reference to apply for funding and show, yeah, we are very capable, resilient and creative, and this is, demonstrates that. It codifies it in a different way if we are recognized that way. Consensus of the council to have Ruth apply? All right. Indeed.
Thank you.
Please try to work on it, along with all the other things you're doing.
Couple weeks. January is one of my busiest times because I'm gonna launch, or I did start to launch fiscal 24 for us, so I think the departments are gonna get tired of my missives to them asking them to do this and to do that. The next segment, Mr. Chairman, because it's to talk about your budget and some other sensitive issues, if you wanted in executive, we can do that, otherwise it can remain in open.
We'll move in executive.
And food will be on its way. I got enough
Food?
for also their department to eat as well. Since they went over.
Oh, okay. We're orientation through lunch. Okay, cool. Hey, Squex, good morning. Come on up. Sorry we kept you waiting.
Did you get it out? Yeah, I'm gonna get that. Yeah. Well, I think when everything starts out, back and forth, when you want, or you can also find them. Yeah, trying to get it out. Oh, okay. And then we just need to know who's gonna drive the PowerPoint, or I can drive it for you. Maybe? Yeah.
I have. She's a better driver than her sister.
Time. I know that thank you. I know that your time is very scheduled and you're working on lots of important things. And so thank you for seeing us. Because
Well, early childhood is pretty darn important.
I would
It's
agree,
the
Mr. Chair.
foundation of our life, so. Yes.
I would agree. And we are excited to spend some time with you. So we're going to show a PowerPoint. We're going to show a PowerPoint about our program and our services. And if at any time you have a question, each person has a little bit. We're sharing the wealth today, and each person has a little bit to offer. So if you have a question, you just ask. We're serving families from all over the reservation. However, we don't have, oh. Okay. There you go.
This is how she drives her car too. Which is an improvement over her sister.
Yes, yes. So, Okay, so we don't have centers in each community, but because we do a large recruitment, there are, in fact, yesterday we added the hot springs to this map because we have a parent driving every day from Hot Springs. So, and we do lots of, recruitment activities so that families know, they know a little bit more about their child's development. And of course, we feel they're the first teacher. They know the most about their child. So we transport them in most cases. And this slide, I feel like is our organizational system of care, because the children and the families are at the top. And lots of times it goes the other way, that by the time the services are provided, children and families are kind of on the bottom, but they are our priority. And then we have all these other levels, including you and including the Parent Policy Council, to help us meet the needs of those children and families. So we are very passionate about our services and about our families, and we're looking in all those directions for assistance. Okay, here's our program, the parts of our program governance, which this falls under today. Early childhood development, health services, special services, family engagement, community partnerships. We have wraparound care here in Pablo, and we provide lots of care to tribal employees and maybe college employees and other folks too. So, and facilities and transportation. Now let's say another thing, and we are looking for ways all the time to encourage and engage partners with us. For example, does somebody want to talk about the partnership that we have with transportation?
Sure. Oh, yeah. Let me just pull my chair up. Hello, I'm Lisa Hales. For those of you that don't know me, I'm an education manager in, this year I have St. Ignatius, Pablo, or Ronan and Polson. And we recently started, I think right before the holidays, with transportation. And they provide a bus driver to us, so our teachers are not having to get out on the roads in the buses, and they can be in the centers getting ready for the day. And so right now we have a bus driver for the Ronan Early Head Start, the Ronan Head Start, and the Pablo Center. So they come each morning, they get on the bus with one of our teachers who can be the monitor, and they go and pick up the kids and bring them back, and then they come back at 3 o'clock and go out again. So it's been a really nice partnership that we worked out with Corky and his team.
Great. And they do that Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. But we've met with Corky a couple of times, and you know, our eyes are as big as our bellies. We always want more. So
it was really exciting to start that partnership with them because if you can, I mean, sorry. Corky said that he got a lot of feedback from his staff, like, oh my gosh, do we want to go drive bus for kids and how is it going to be? And he said, and now they come back every day with stories of what happened on the bus, and it's exciting for them. So I'm really happy, and I'm hoping too that, and we told him like, okay, so maybe we can add another classroom. And he hired a new driver too for one of our bus routes to cover it. So yeah, we're trying to work out some kind of partnership and plan to maybe they can provide that service, and then it gives the teachers more time for prepping for that morning. So sorry, Carrie Antoine, administrative assistant at personnel. I think I know everybody. Maybe. So. Good. All right.
okay. So the program governance in in the program, every single parent who has a child in the program is a part of a parent committee. And that parent committee elects individuals that act on the policy council. So then they will meet with us monthly. They'll go over the budget. There's specific things that Head Start says they must view. Their credit card, for example, the child and adult care food program, how many meals we've served, how much we received, how much reimbursement we received for providing those meals. We've got a powwow plan this year, and they were just so great at our last meeting, whenever that was. That was last week. And I mean, before we left, they were calling White's Meats and saying, do you have any hides? You know, so because we're having trouble finding hides, and we've hired a person to do all those things with the beaters. So people in the community are involved in the making of moccasins. We haven't had a powwow for a couple of years, probably 3. So we are ready. We are ready.
Oh, sorry. Did we set the holiday? The last Friday of April. So that's the 10th.
So please write that down.
Put it on the calendar.
Yeah.
Where'd Jen go?
Yeah. So these are the things that the policy council does. We share information so that they're aware of what's happening in other centers. They're aware of what's coming down from the government, the feds, who we're funded through. And Head Start is one of the most regulated programs. I used to always hear Head Start and Job Corps. You guys have a specific roadmap. And they also participate in self-assessment, where they check for holes in our systems and help us keep on track. And also that goes forward in our grant application so that we know we're serving the right people, the right kids.
Can I ask you a question about the powwow? Do you have a location?
We do.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of ways to keep that Bison Range powwow going down there in that landscape. So I just thinking outside the box and partnerships, you know, even though that may be an outside venue, there's nothing to keep us from building a pavilion that would be a shelter that we could have youth go there and let's utilize that resource there, you know, just trying to think outside the box.
That's wonderful. That's a great idea. Just great. And I hope that'll be in a minute. So this next list is a list of things that you as the grantee are responsible for. And I know that you know, I'm sure that you know everything on this list. We are excited to work closely with you, and Patricia's been a great addition. We want to make you proud. We want to do the right thing, and so these are some ways that we'll be interfacing. So, next one.
Good morning. My name is Liz Camel. I know most of you guys. I am the ERSI coordinator for Early Childhood Services. And this slide here talks about ERSI governs our program. Sorry, I'm just a little bit nervous. I need to take a breath first. Okay, of how our program determines the eligibility, the enrollment of children, and tracks the attendance. ERSI stands for eligibility, recruitment, selection, and enrollment and attendance. So I gave some statistics of our program. We are our funded enrollment for the Head Start is 177, and our funded enrollment for early is 90. Our current enrollment is 117 Head Start and 79 in early right now. Yes, does somebody have a?
So, I'd like to just interject that, the pandemic hit us particularly hard. Parents, it was interesting, we had a lot more babies than we actually did the preschoolers. And we're trying to come back from that. We're trying to come back from that and, increase our staff numbers and our child numbers. I understand sometime in January, we'll be visiting with our program specialists and the Office of Head Start because they're trying to get past the pandemic. Even though there's people with COVID every day, we're back. We're back in person. We're back with our workforce. And so we'll be talking to the Head Start, the Office of Head Start. We don't want them to reduce our funded level. If anything, we want to go the other way at some point. But they will also offer us the opportunity to work with, if we can meet the numbers, to work with more infants and toddlers. But we can't trade back. So we're undecided about that. Because no matter what year we've been in, except for the last couple, we've had a waiting list. And we also, from time to time, have had as many people on the waiting list as we were able to serve.
So currently we do have a waiting list. I gave some statistics from last year, which was 30 children, and right now we have 41 children on the wait list. As you can see, there's our foster children. We have 27, or we had 27 children last year, and right now we have 29. So we can see how that's increased a little bit, and same with the homeless families. Last year, 2 compared to 14. A little bit about the wait list that I want to talk about is, as you can see, we have 117 children, but we're federally enrolled for 177. So that waiting list does have to do with our shortage of staff, to where we have classrooms that are closed this year. We did start a couple classrooms. We started Peachy Infant and had to close the classroom due to staff shortage. And so then we've been fortunate enough to offer I think there's 2 children that we haven't been able yet to offer a placement for. So we've been working hard to place those children that we had to close the center. Turtle Lake Infant has enough children to open it up if we had enough staff. Mission Early, we do not even have open. We have Esqualamy, which has the infant and toddler classroom, but in the previous years, we've had both centers going for early and Mission. And then here in Pablo, we have across the street, we have our wraparound with 2 classrooms combined together, whereas in the past, we've had both Head Starts open. So that has affected us, yes. Can you tell them what homelessness is a family who, and I don't have the perfect definition, but homelessness is a family that does not currently have their own place. So if somebody is living in a camper and that's like a transition home, that is considered homelessness. If they are living with, if the child's living in the mom is living in a home of her parents, that is considered homeless because technically she doesn't have her own home at the time. So it ranges from, a lot of times they're sleeping on, you know, they don't have their own room. They don't have their own room and placement also. So, those kind of conversations take place in a, interview or a personal interview that I have with the families before, it's part of the enrollment process.
So Liz, when you talk about staff shortage,
Yes.
why is that? Why is there a staff shortage?
Oh.
Lots of reasons? No applicants?
I'm gonna turn that over to Carrie.
Okay.
Staff. Let's see, so this year we have 82 staff that we are currently employing that's on our payroll right now. And normally in our past, we've averaged about 120 to 125 staff. And this year we've already had 10 turnovers. So we're trying to work on some recruitment and retention. And so we're trying to do exit interviews with the staff that have left us. So we've created that. And then in working on trying to get some kind of, once they come on board, doing a check-in, climate check with them. You know, how are things going? To see why we're getting the turnover. Sometimes they come in and it's too much. There's too much regulations or policies and it's just not something that they want to do. You know, we thought it was this or that, but, and then I just think it's if we just didn't get a lot of staff that return, maybe they're staying home because of COVID or they're staying with their kids or we've had to do a lot of accommodations of current staff. So, they only work during the times their children are in school because they don't have that after, the childcare for before and after. So, but yeah, we're trying to do all kinds of, we're gonna try to do some kinds of recruitment efforts. We're gonna meet with the college and then try to get out what the benefits are of working for Head Start because they can go earn their degree while working with us. So we do have, I believe it's 8 staff that are in training right now. So it means they're working towards their child development credential or working towards their AACA.
Tom, I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Just wondering if you've thought about educational contracts like we have done in the past in the tribe. You know, you see somebody in school, you can offer them that, then they come back and work for us for 5 years after they get their education, but seek them out while they're over there because a lot of them are probably looking for funding to go to school, and if they have that opportunity, they might stick with us.
We're doing lots of brainstorming about how to do that. We're also we have plans to meet with the high schools, and I know that at one time Two Eagle could be duly enrolled into the high school and SKC. So we have a meeting very soon with SKC to see how we can to see how it looks and what their thinking is. Because our staff fill their classes. I need their classes so that my staff is qualified. So it's definitely a partnership that we both are invested in. And every person that leaves, when Carrie talks about upfront and climate check-in, we're working on our 101, our onboarding, so that, because teachers have said, don't send me someone that has no idea. And that's what we've done. We've needed them so bad, we've put them on the floor. And, we're gonna have to suffer through until we build back up, because they do need to know more about our expectations. And if they know more about our expectations, then we're offering them more support. And that's what we're gonna try to increase, is our support.
Just briefly, if you're not speaking, please go back and help yourself to pizza. We have pizza for everybody and food. Carol.
We just take a 2-minute break so they can all just go back.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Even better yet. Okay. Quickly, 5-minute break. 2-minute break. However long it takes you to run back there, grab something, and come back.
I don't want to eat in front of them.
Please help yourself.
No, yours is back there. Go.
There's,
We're excited that you're joining us for lunch.
Can I add something, Jeannie? So one of the things that I want to add is, it just kind of filters into what Jeannie and Carrie have said is, you know, I think a lot of people move into work to Head Start and thinking it's a babysitting job, and it is so far from a babysitting job. It really is about education and for those littles, and it involves a lot of education. And while the classes are so important about child behavior and child control and working in this highly regulated environment, and that doesn't work for everyone. But the other thing I think is important for me to say, because I'm so involved with DHRD and tribal health and the 7 departments I work with, including law and order, is we are seeing the effects of drug addiction, right? And so they're getting those littles, which makes that whole care for those littles a much more difficult job, right? Because they come with all of those predispositions, and that makes it difficult for employees also. So if you have your own kid you're taking care of, and they don't have all of those issues, and you're in a classroom where you even have one child dealing with that, it makes it really difficult. So education across the board, starting with early childhood education, is so much different than when we were all in school. Or when I worked for Head Start, because I worked for Head Start for a while when I was in high school. But I think that those are new issues and concerns that the research is just coming out, right? And how to deal with those children. And it just makes it much more difficult. And just like we see in the education system in early childhood, we just see the exodus of people leaving. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
yeah, go ahead, Carol.
I just want to say we've all had kids. Every one of us have had kids and have experienced Head Start, and we're so lucky. But now I'm a grandparent experiencing Head Start again. And with a special needs child, you guys are so awesome. I don't know if I could have made it, really. I mean, with you guys picking him up and doing everything, and then even the assistance outside of, this classroom, what I got. I thought, wow, I am so lucky, and I hope every parent and grandparent gets the same treatment, and they do. And so I just wanted to say that. Yeah, it just means a lot. It means a lot to him. He's doing good. He did run out to the bus one day. I think you guys drove up for graduation and he was naked.
Yes.
Or he seen the bus and he just ran out the door and he was totally naked.
Jumped out of the tub and out of here.
So I just wanted to add one more thing before we go on to the next slide. Another date to put on your calendar is February 11th, and that is our baby fair. So we're so excited to be bringing that back. And that's where Jody's left to, that we have a noon meeting regarding that, because we've been making extensive phone calls, Alice has been contacting all of our health partners and private and different programs in the tribe that are gonna participate in that. It's gonna take place over at the gymnasium across the street there. So we're really excited, and we'll be sending out flyers for everybody for that. February 11th, Saturday, yes, from 10 to 2.
Make sure you include Helping Hands. I noticed in their brochure that they give out a bundle for each birth. You probably already know that.
Yep. The time is from 10 to 2 o'clock. Yes.
I think we're gonna send the flyer out. to
Yeah, we'll be
everybody.
sending the flyer out to everybody. You guys will receive it, and we're trying to get it out community-wide to everyone in a variety of different ways, so.
And there's lots of the partnership and
Okay, on this next slide, you will see the preschool class average scores. CLASS stands for Classroom Assessment Scoring System. It's a national observation tool that we utilize. It came out in about 2008, I want to say, in 2012-ish. I think 3 or 4 of us went to the training, and we have to become what they refer to as reliable. And we do that every year. We have to get online and go through the process of becoming reliable. But what it's looking at is teacher-child interactions. There's 10 dimensions within 3 domains, and they score anywhere from a 0, hopefully never a 0, to a 7. And the national averages right now are pretty close to what our averages have been over the last couple of years. And for the ES, emotional support domain, they average right around 6.5 out of 7, so that's really good. We are slightly above the national average in all of the areas. In classroom organization, in spring of 21, we were at 5.92 compared to 6.19 in the spring of 2022. And then in instructional support, we were at 4.49 and 4.5, and nationally, those are right around 3 to 4 average. So we're above that. That's the most challenging area. It talks a lot more in depth about concept development, language modeling, and some of those higher level skills for children that they're working towards. And I think 2 years ago, we also got the early Head Start class, which is for infants and toddlers. And I think Andy has some information on that.
On the Adams Louise Quest. I think I know everybody also. Some of you I've had as teachers.
Sorry about that.
My kids did too.
Condolences.
Nice to see everybody. So the infant toddler class tool is something that we added new to our program. And sometimes those infants and toddlers, people even more think that that's babysitting, but that is when our really important development is happening and children are really pushed by that developmental trajectory all the time. So they're always wanting to progress to the next step. So watching those teacher-child interactions are so important. So we're now doing that with our infant toddler teachers, and not all of the programs across the nation are doing that yet. So we're really leading the pack in that. I guess we'll talk about our curriculum. We use creative curriculum, and we also use an online assessment tool. So we're always observing and recording what children are doing, their next developmental step, what they're able to accomplish throughout the year. We have 3 checkpoints throughout the year. The curriculum that we use is very expensive. It's one of the leading national research-based curriculums, and we use their online assessment also called Teaching Strategies Gold. Any questions? Anything else you want to add about that?
So, this last year. Thank you. This last year, we were monitored, and one thing came up in our monitoring that was a finding, and that was that we hired someone to work that began to work before we received their background check. Now, okay, this is where I get closer. That person worked part-time and worked in the office. And actually, that person was a returning employee. She had worked for the program previously, but we didn't have a current background check. So we made changes to our policy, and our policy council looked at those changes, and they acted on them, and we sent that response to Head Start, to the Office of Head Start. And recently, we just got a document back saying the finding we've recovered, we've met the standards, and we can go forward. So that was exciting. And but during that several days, as things would come up and we would answer the questions for the people that were monitoring us, we made a list of things that we had to either make sure that we strengthened, make sure that people understood. I mean, we had a whole list, and we're still working off of that list. And some of those things were making sure that people had what they needed before they got on the floor, that they had a first aid CPR card, which we do. We have, if you want that training, come on over, because we have that just about every other month. So, you know, there's a whole list of things a whole host of things that we get people ready for. And we want people to know why we're doing those things, and we want to strengthen our program. So we had a whole list, and none of those things came up as a deficiency, except the one. So.
Okay, hello, my name is Alice Van Guten and I'm the health coordinator for Head Start. I just wanted to briefly show you guys what we've been tracking for the health section. So we are required to have every one of our children, early and Head Start, to have a physical within 30 days of the start date. And for earlies, we have to make sure that they are up to date with every well child check. And for immunizations for both early and Head Start, we have to ensure we have their record on file and that they are up to date. If they're not up to date, then we work through a catch-up plan with the families just to ensure that they are getting up to date. For screenings and referrals and follow-up, we have hearing and vision screenings that are required by the 45-day of class or for our program. And then we have a 90-day deadline for our dental oral health screening for earlies. That is 90 days. And then we have our Head Start dental, which they have to actually go to the dentist within 90 days. So they actually have to see an actual dentist, which is outside of our regular screenings in the classroom. We use the CACFP program for our food in the classrooms. We eat family-style meals in the classrooms. Do you want to elaborate more on family-style meals at all? If you guys aren't aware of what that is, sure.
So family-style meals means that children learn how to share and pass, how to serve themselves. Lots of great social skills are developed during that time. And children just really gain a lot from that. The faster our society seems to move, the more that seems to be a need in our classrooms. Children a lot of times now are grazing and eating things on the go, and so that's sometimes their first experience when they come to us. So it's a really positive thing for our program.
And because I've been here so long, we have had families where a child won't know what a spoon or a fork is, and they're not used to it. Why do I have to sit at the table to eat? You know, and okay, eating is really important to some of us, we use a state, approved menu, and we're also trying to impact our families. They're coming in, they're sharing with us. Can you talk about what Erin is doing with her parents?
Hello.
Hello?
Is it working?
No.
My name's Rashonda Almagar. I'm a family advocate. I also work in the area of family engagement and also with recruitment. I'm actually a former parent myself. I have a passion for working with parents and getting them involved within the program. We have a center in Ronan where our cook is going to be teaching our parents how to do a meal in the crock pot. So that's going to be next Wednesday. We have different things that we do as far as with the family advocates. My other role is I do the part of working with the families. I don't work in the classroom, but we do collaborate when we do anything in regards to the children and the parents. Part of my role is I meet with the families 3 times a year. We do one in the beginning, a home visit, one towards the spring, and then one before school ends. And during this time, we're building a relationship with each and every family member. It could be mom and dad, it could be just a single parent, it could be the grandparents. And we're building a trust relationship. And during our home visits, we have a conversation with them. We talk about, maybe they might have some needs. We do a family partnership plan, which is where the families, they set either short-term or long-term goals. And my role is to provide support so that they could achieve those goals. And then we follow up on our second home visit to see how they're doing with those goals. And maybe they have something that may be a roadblock to them. So we work together to see what we can do to help them get through that. Also, what we do is we provide referrals to families. We provide transportation. If they need a ride to the doctors or the dentist, we'll take them. We also, we really encourage them to participate in our parent meetings that we have once a month. We encourage them to get involved, to volunteer. Being that I'm a former parent, I share my experience with them and I tell them this is a great program. Take advantage of the opportunity that you have, because I gained so much. I didn't understand what the whole Head Start program was about, but once I got in there, I had a bigger picture of what the program does. And I've been doing this for so long that now I'm able to reach out to other parents and they have a desire. This year we have committees in all the centers where we have officers that are actively involved. And that's what we want to see, is that we want our parents to know they are very important to our program. They have a voice, and their voice matters, and they are their child's first teacher. So we want them to understand that they are important. So I'm excited about where our area as far as the family engagement is going. We just did an engagement during the winter. It was for Christmas. We did it in Mission community, and then here at the college where the families did gingerbread houses. We had a really great turnout here at the college. I would say we had probably 100 people show up. Santa was there. They did cookie decorations. It was really great. It's just really been hard to get them involved because of COVID. We did everything on Zoom. So it's a different experience having a meeting on Zoom than having people in the center. So parents were really excited that we were going back in person. And let me see, what else do I need to share? And part of the recruitment too, we're always recruiting families. It doesn't matter what time of the year. Whenever we see, maybe we have a family that mom's expecting, then we'll talk to her, hey, do you know that we have an infant toddler program? Your baby can start at 6 weeks. So we're always constantly recruiting families, and the different events we partnership with. We just had the back to school. We participated, and it was really shocking for me because of the different communities, we had some people that said they never heard of Head Start. So that to me was like, wow. So that to me was like, okay, we need to really start getting involved in these different activities, events, and showing ourselves more. So that's the goal, to
So
increase.
Rashawn,
Yeah.
could you talk about, some of the families you've worked with and how it's not just 3 times?
Oh, yes. We have, as a family advocate, also we attend monthly meetings where we do case management with certain families that may need more support, whether it may be with health or it may be with special services. They may be homeless. So those families are like our priorities that we work with throughout the year. I had a family where he was a single dad and he had to become a parent. You know, him and mom were no longer together and he had to do this all on his own. So I was able to work with him and be a support to him to the point where he was able to start doing things on his own and utilizing. So my role also is to connect or link our parents to the community resources. And so some of the families that I have been working with, I have been seeing a lot of them grow. You know, we see the children when they first come in, they don't talk a lot, they're kind of shy. And then towards the end of the school year, it's a whole different, personally, I have a grandson in the program and he has a speech. He has a speech and language therapist that comes and works with him. I'm from when he started till now, he started as an infant and now he's here in Ronan Head Start. His vocabulary has increased so much, and I know it's because of the services that our program provides to him. And I just love the program. I'm probably be here till I retire.
Well, you know, just thank you for, you know, being that person going into the home and having that visitor, helping, you know, connecting them to the resource that they need.
Yeah.
Being that advocate, being that person of knowledge, because like you said, so many people don't have anybody to go to.
Yeah.
They don't have a grandparent or a, you know, a parent or a, you know, someone in the know. And, so having that community advocate, having that person going out to the homes and laying eyes on where they live, look at their issues.
Well, see, I come from the city. I come from Los Angeles. So coming here, it was hands-on for me, but I have the experience. So we have 2 new advocates, which I'm excited about so that I can mentor them and show them with my experience so that they could be great at their job also. So I'm excited about this new school year.
And we're going to have that ties to our area.
Well, that's good, but it's just so important to have someone that can help them with anything, any aspect of their life to improve their situation, and more importantly, improve that child's situation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So Patty just asked me to talk briefly about the language and cultural piece of our program, which is really an important piece. At one point, we had up to 10 cultural specialists in our program, and we're currently at 3. We only have 1 high-level speaker in our program that's in the classroom. So we really, we're looking forward to strengthening that piece. We know that the Culture Committee has language apprentices, and the SKC has the CALS program and the NLTE program, which we think is fantastic and we're super supportive of. We're hoping to be a potential employee for some of those people when they finish their education. We are providing lots of, as much as we can in the classroom with Salish language support and some Kootenai language in one specific classroom.
I was curious on this particular topic. Does Head Start recognize that importance on the national? I mean, it's like, I was surprised learning something here that BIA doesn't really fund at our alternative school, you know, language And so is Head Start a limiting factor in this particular topic? Or
No,
are
it
they a
isn't.
supportive partner, or are they funding?
And there's even a performance standard that was written recently from the Head Start Performance Standards in the Office of Head Start, acknowledging and giving space for native language in the classrooms.
Yeah.
So it's basically been a teacher shortage, just like everything else. And I think that's a national problem, that we're seeing just a huge mass exodus in education altogether. Teachers work really, really hard, and they do an amazing job. So as much support as we can give them, that would be.
Is that a, was it class 7 certificate they need to have to be with you?
They do not need one.
Okay,
They do not need one. We do recognize it as a benefit, and that's.
it's not a
great.
requirement in your,
And we'd like to help them get it. But, a long time ago, you know, I'm trying not to refer to my age, but a long time ago, we did a lot of cultural things that, we had grandmas in our program teaching. We had Sophie Haynes. We had people from up north helping us. But it's not been a line item funding source. So, and we're working on that. The tribal Head Start directors are, you know, we meet now on Zoom. I was asked to mentor a new Head Start director from, anyway, this is really important. And if there was any way I could have stood in the doorway of SKC and not let those people go there, I would have. But, and I know that maybe in the larger community, they need them too, but we do need them, because children learn the best when it's natural and when they're young. You know all that. You can start.
I think that was the bottom of one of our slides. We were talking about who we partner with. So earlier we talked about DHRD with the transportation program. We work with Dr. Harrop through Peer Health, and she provides consultation with us for any medical needs healthcare plans. And then also we offer that to our employees that choose not to apply for health insurance. That is a second option for them, is to apply for services with Dr. Harrop, and ECS pays for that and their family to be enrolled for her services. We have an audiologist on board. You want to talk about Smiles Across America, did you? In the University of, or Montana State University.
So Smiles Across Montana had reached out to us because they work with other tribes in Montana to see children in the classroom setting from all the way from like our age, to like high school. They see even middle school, high school ages all around. They came to the Ronan community this fall. They also saw our kiddos. So we partnered with Tribal Health and Smiles Across Montana so that Tribal Health and them worked together so that we could provide the optimal care for our kids. And then we use Deborah Sykes if we have any hearing referrals that we have found within the school year. And we also partner with Montana State University. They're nursing students who come into our classroom and do health screenings, just for their own experience and also to benefit our children. So they're getting their screenings done.
We've had a contract for mental health services, and just recently the provider of that contract wanted to be released from that contract. So now we have like a full page ad at the back of the Charcusa for mental health services, and we were utilizing that person. I mean, we are fortunate to have the EAP available to us, but we were utilizing that person for actual family consultation, for working with children in the classroom as a group, for visiting with and outlining goals and strategies with teachers. And so we're beating the bushes for someone to complete that contract and provide us with services.
Carol?
I'm wondering if you do any training on, I don't even know how to ask this. We had a child who got a hold of a tutor straw, which is for fentanyl, to induce fentanyl. And it was pretty serious. So I'm wondering, do you do any kind of training for parents in that arena? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to assume that any parent does that kind of stuff.
No.
But
Go ahead. We invited somebody from Tribal Health, and they actually trained our parents on the NARCAN training. And we had probably about 6 parents to show up that went through the whole thing and got certified for that.
Okay. So we have more work to do in that area. We talk a lot with Law and Order about the things that they're finding around the communities and what's going on. And the Narcan, I feel like that's critical. So we need to do more work in that area. I think my personal opinion is they have to do a pre-test or something. And that's a barrier for some of our families. You know, I think that, okay, let's get as many parents there to talk about it, to understand it, to take one home. So we're trying to work through that.
I know you are, and you've got so much on your plate. It's just like another obstacle that you have to deal with, but you have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I just appreciate your staff.
Okay.
I love you guys.
Okay, is that in the record? And we have a lot of teams. We have teams behind us and next to us and in front of us. So it's not just this group. I want you to know there's grandparents out there working every day. There's teacher aides. There's people going to classes. There's it takes us all.
One budgetary question, I guess, Head Start or Childhood Services brings forward apparently funding for healthcare stuff and related things. And our Indian Health Service budget is kind of based on headcount services. Is there a overlap with that as far as connecting headcounts or not?
You know, we serve people who are not covered in tribal health, and
No, I understand that, but
yeah,
is there any way, it's like, I'm gonna provide a training to somebody and, I'm the college and I'm doing that, and part of my funding is based on, attendance or, head count. And if someone's doing a training over here that I can get credit for with some kind of connection, can I count that to increase my head count?
I would say yes.
Are you doing that though?
I would say for the most part, yes, that's happening.
Okay.
And I think the partners that you're talking about sometimes are providing that service and helping to save on their budget.
Right.
So when we think about tribal health and what they're providing, they're not paying tribal health for it.
No.
Tribal
right.
health's coming in and providing it.
Oh, absolutely, but I just want to make sure when it's solely Head Start doing that, that there's a benefit for tribal health.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Okay.
And at our orientations or at our parent meetings, oftentimes we have invited tribal health to be there so they can update people's information. Or we have someone helping that family get on tribal health. for service. And there's kids we talk about that, okay, if you do this, I'll do this. You know, let's do this together. So, okay, I could talk all day, you know that.
Our remainder stickers. If there's any questions.
Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jeannie and staff. I would hope someday that we can either duplicate this program or figure out a way that kind of all tribal parents can get in, because I would love to have had my kids go there, but with a 2-income household, and we weren't even making that much, you know, we weren't eligible. And so it's something that would have, I'm sure benefited our, you know, for sure my daughter. And we ended up just sending her, luckily there was a preschool through Ronan School District that allowed her to get in when she was younger. And so I know that's way down the road, maybe when all of our business ventures take off, we'll be able to fund that a little more accordingly. But yeah, it'd be something to make everyone eligible regardless of income. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I appreciate your perspective. Head Start, Native Head Start can enroll up to 49% over income families. A lot of people think it's just for enrolled members, or they think, I can't get in there because we're both working. And we tell everybody to apply. And we really have a push so they apply when we're filling the classroom. But if Liz was here, she would say, you know, kids drop out, don't give up, you know. And in addition to that, I want to just say this, that there's also services children can get who aren't a part of Head Start with Part B and C money. You know, we've had families all over that okay, I'm not ready to let my child go, but I've been told my child needs this. Okay, let's do what we can. And we've had families in Elmo, we've had families all around that we've counted, and we've supplied. What have we supplied to them? We supply eyeglasses, hearing aids. Yeah, have people go to their house. Yeah, occupational therapy. So we just have to do a better job of getting the word out.
Yeah, and the other part of that enrollment process is a point system. So they do go by how many points, and then what your application status is when you turn it in versus when you get to the waiting list. And probably when your child was younger, we probably had a longer waiting list. Now it's a lot shorter than it ever has been. But we do take over income to parent families. They're assigned points at application.
And tribal affiliation is on it.
Yeah, we were basically, oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Sometimes the requirements change also. So what happened last year is SNAP, if you receive SNAP, you automatically qualify for Head Start. So that was a change. So it's always changing.
Sure.
Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple comments. I really appreciate the work that you're doing, and I love the part talking about getting the families involved. I knew it was time for me to move on when I had a student who then became a parent, and I had their child. I still remember she said to me, she said, you know, I really don't know how to be a parent. And I thought that was pretty powerful stuff. And so what you guys are addressing are those kind of things, cooking and taking care of things. And I just think it's a wonderful thing. And I always am so impressed with Jeannie with her energy, enthusiasm. I've thought of you over the last few years thinking, maybe I should go up and see if there's a job opening.
There is.
And with
There's no
that in-
time, Terry.
Okay. With that in mind, I've often wondered, money's always a constraint, but you have a child with special needs. And have the funding to have a professional come in and help identify their needs is usually something very important, because I've seen students, I had students that got into my classroom at the 4th grade, and I never really looked at their records because I didn't want to get kind of into a certain realm of thinking. If I remember this one student who sat right in the very front of the row, and it was the first day, and I asked him to get their books out, and I could see he wasn't getting his book out very quick. And then he had it out and wouldn't open it. So pretty soon the book was on the floor, but he wasn't distracting anybody. So I thought, well, where's this going? Pretty soon he's out on the floor. And so anyway, I eventually kind of worked with him, and we built a relationship, and I looked at his records and I thought, how did he get through 4 years of school and there was nothing in place for him? And so eventually I convinced his dad to come in for a CST meeting, and we sat down, and the principal got up and left, and I mentioned to the parent, I said, you're a tribal member, you have rights, and your boy has rights. And if you don't have him tested and give him the opportunity to be protected as he goes through middle school and the high school, you know, it'll affect his ability to participate in things, because, but he has needs here. He has a right. And I said, the school has the obligation to help this kid. So anyway, the principal came back in, and she asked me if he wanted to sign to see if he could do testing. He said, yeah. I remember being in the teacher's room, and the teacher said, how did you get him to agree to it? And I thought, you know, you guys just didn't want to deal with it, with this dad. You just passed him on, just passing him on. There's no way he was going to succeed without this support. So I'm hoping that if there's not funding for that stuff, that, you know, you can kind of come up with some ideas to maybe present to us to see if there's funding, because it's really important to get those kids identified, because we can have our perception, but a lot of us aren't trained, specialized. I know that in Missoula, there was one person that worked with children, and he was kind of known as the man. And there were some of the others in there that they didn't recommend. And so, you know, there's different levels, but funding's always an issue, but what you're doing is really special and really wonderful. I don't know if you have a universal discipline issue, but how you deal with your disciplines, or does that vary from community to community? But you know, those are definitely challenges. Is trying to deal with discipline. We had what we call this assertive discipline, and it definitely, if it was implemented correctly, it definitely worked well. But anyway, thank you for all you do and continue doing, and I hope we continue to support you as much as we can.
Thank you, Gary, thank you. And thank all of you.
Any other questions for staff? No? Yeah, great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seats in the back. Come on, go back there. We'll go on a longer break here now. Till we
See
come
you
back.
guys at 1.
1 o'clock. Okay, we'll come back into session. where Terry went, but she'll be right back. Welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having us. And again, Happy New Year to everybody. I think, it's quite a pleasure to sit here and present some of the good work that SKC, the Salish Kootenai College, is doing. Again, Happy New Year to everybody. We wanted to start, we're hoping that it would be more of an informal discussion about the work that's going on over across the street at SKC. But we certainly have a lot to talk about, and we did have a whole bunch of material sent over for your reading pleasure. We won't go through that in detail today, but certainly can elaborate if we need to. First, we wanted to start with introductions to the Board of Directors for Salish Kootenai College. My name, as you all know, Jim Derglow, former department head for forestry here, and leaving in late 2017 to join the Intertribal Timber Council as their fire technical specialist. Still engaged a little bit with some of the forestry work as far as contracting some of their NEPA compliance work here still. So still try to stay engaged in some of the activities ongoing with your forestry and fire programs. So I appreciate that. I've been on the board since 2009. One of the longest serving, I guess, of our current board members on the board. And I'll just, we can go down the line and have folks introduce themselves.
Happy New Year to you all, and it's my pleasure to be here to be with you and talk to you about my tenure so far on the board. This has been my 4th year, so I come up in August for renewal. And when, let's see, did I say what my name was there? I'm Rhonda Howlett, and I'm a retired school teacher from Arlee, and I still have my my foot in the door a little bit at Arlee because I'm helping with some curriculum that they're doing with social emotional learning, and being able to keep the culture alive within that realm of knowing who we are and what our values are, and how that fits into the public school system. So like I said, this is my 4th year serving on this board, and it's been my pleasure working with colleagues, and yeah, I'll keep it with that.
Happy New Year, everyone. I'm so short. I think I know everyone here. Happy New Year and all of that. I'm Linda King, a relatively new board member, but have been enjoying my colleagues. We have a great rapport with each other. I'm a retired school teacher as well, only it was mostly college and Head Start. And really looking forward to this relationship with these people here. It's been wonderful, and we're so pleased to be here with you today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jermaine White. I retired from working in the Natural Resources Department in the Division of Fish, Wildlife, Recreation, Conservation in January of 2019. I had the pleasure of working there for, Tom, was it nearly 20 years? Yeah.
Too short of a stint.
And before that, I primarily worked in cultural resources. I developed the first cultural resource protection program for the tribes, and then I worked, where else did I work? Anyway, I've had the good fortune and pleasure of working for the tribes for the vast majority of my working career, and I'm so honored to be here as part of the Salish Kootenai College Board of Directors. I owe the college a deep debt of gratitude. I was able to earn a graduate degree through a Department of Education grant that SKC captured. So I was able to continue to work and maintain my responsibilities in the community and to get an education. So when this opportunity came available to be of service to the tribes as a board member for SKT, I was delighted to serve. So I'm here with my esteemed and distinguished colleagues to answer any questions you might have today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Felicia Paul. Serve on the board. Right now I work under DHRD under finance and grants as a home educator for the tribal home visiting grant. And I just joining the board, and my term's going to be up in August of 24.
Other board members include Jamie Corville. He's a middle school principal at Hellgate Elementary in Missoula. He's been on the board since 2015. And again, somebody that brings a lot of insight and knowledge to the board of directors. Another Jamie on the board, Jamie Cahoon. She is a division director for CSKT Tribal Health, master prepared registered nurse, and she also brings a lot to the board of directors in our daily work as well. So that's your board of directors for Salish Kootenai College. And before we get too far in, I just wanted to provide a little bit of background of Salish Kootenai College for those that aren't so familiar. I guess SKC was chartered by Confederate Salish and Kootenai tribes in 1976 to provide a post-secondary education opportunities for American Indians. SKC is governed by the 7-member board of directors that is appointed by the tribal council of the CSKT. In 1977, the college was incorporated under tribal law, which governs tribal nonprofit and for-profit corporations. We established an Articles of Incorporation, which delineates the purposes of the college as provisions of post-secondary educational opportunities, including vocational training, college transfer programs, occupational training, community services, Indian culture and history, and adult basic education. So I think that, you know, I guess on a daily basis or in our work in oversight of college administrations, we really try to convey the vision and mission of the college itself, that being providing access to our tribal students to a quality post-secondary education, to provide the community with research opportunities and community service impacting our local communities. And we'll hesitate a little bit, I think, for questions along the way. Anything to add? Any questions at this point? None? Okay. First, I just wanted to mention that the college went through a accreditation process in 2001. This occurs every few years, in which a outside accrediting institution does a peer evaluation assessment and report based on our strategic plan and operations, whether or not we're doing what we're saying in our strategic plan and meeting the goals set forth by the college. I guess the basic action there is that SKC is, you know, maintains full accreditation with the Northwest Commission on College and Universities and fully meets standards set forth by those accrediting bodies. One recommendation coming out of that review was that the commission recommends to Salish Kootenai College that we need to better establish and demonstrate regular and consistent processes for evaluation of faculty, staff, and administrators. So that's, basically one finding that came out of that assessment report in 2001. And as a result of that, I think that there's a more diligent effort in making sure that faculty, staff, employees go through a formal evaluation process. The other thing that I wanted to cover is our full-time faculty count. There's some demographic reports, and I know that there was a lot of stuff provided, and I'm not going through this chronologically, but certainly just wanted to highlight some of the things that are in that packet that you received. One of the things that we talk about is that we want to increase the number of CSKT tribal member faculty, have our own, teaching our own, right? So that's something that we've talked with administration, with the president about a number of times, and continue that discussion. We want more tribal member faculty members teaching our tribal students. The good news is that number is trending up, but certainly not near where we would like it. The graphs that you're giving don't have the numbers, but if you hover over the bar graphs, it'll display the number. Currently, well, in 2020, there were 38 full-time faculty, non-members, versus the 33 CSKT member faculty at SKC. So again, I think historically it was almost like a 60-40 split, 60% non-member faculty versus 40% tribal member faculty. Now it's almost 50-50. 55 to 6, or it's getting close. The trend line is improving, and we hope to continue that trend line in the future.
So Jim, what do you attribute that to specifically?
I think one thing is that our tribal members with accreditation qualifications are being heavily recruited in other departments. The pay is an issue, I think, and continues to be an issue, and housing continues to be an issue. I think that those tribal members with advanced degrees are heavily recruited, and they're getting paid more than SKC offers. That's my opinion, I guess, and I don't know specifics, but I think that I see, like that.
So the trend moving upward, though, is that because there's more CSKT members with advanced degrees available?
They're becoming more, sure. I think that SKC now is offering a master's degree in natural resource and secondary education. I think that those types of things will help promote the tribal goals of meeting their workforce requirements, as well as providing that pathway back to SKC, hopefully, at some point. I think that natural resources degree actually came from input from our NRD program, where a number of those jobs they saw, folks were retiring out of and looking for replacements at some point with folks, tribal member folks with master's degrees. That first cohort of master's students are going through the process now. So moving on to employees, and it was kind of the flip-flop of that, where a lot of the employees, it used to be like 60-40 on the employee side being tribal members versus 40 non-tribal member. So now there's currently 77 non-tribal employees versus 95 tribal members, full-time and part-time employees. So even, you know, in that sense, that gap has narrowed.
So your total for employees and faculty is what?
Around 300, I believe. Close to it, 140, 160, 230-ish. 225. So 72 full-time CSKT, 23 part-time CSKT. That's 95. Full-time other tribes is 40. Part-time other tribes is 21 versus 77 non-members. And just moving on to the enrollment report for fall of 2022. Current enrollment starting the year, 618. And total head count is still trending down, which is concerning. And a lot of that we attribute to the lack of housing. We were told that there was 300 potential students waiting for housing in student housing. So, you know, that significantly impacts our student body enrollment, the lack of housing.
You're saying 300 of the 618 are waiting?
No, an additional 300 were waiting.
So they're not enrolled because they don't
Not
have
enrolled. They may have enrolled part-time and couch surfed or car surfed for a while. And without permanent housing or a permanent housing situation, they've left.
Are you increasing your remote learning then to counteract? Are you increasing remote learning?
Yeah, that's a big part of that too. I mean, since COVID, I think that remote learning and online learning opportunities have increased substantially.
So SKC is expanding their SKC is expanding their online learning? They have over the last couple of years. I think COVID really pushed that, but I think that you know, that might be is that a goal for every discipline to increase online learning? Is that a goal for every? I think that we value face-to-face learning if we could provide that opportunity. And that's, you know, that leads into a larger discussion about classroom space, classroom availability for that number of students. And, you know, it leads into, well, we need to remodel our existing to help be COVID compliant, you know, providing that level of space in the classroom. And that discussion is driving the additional building construction across campus as well. That would provide that open space and opportunities for face-to-face learning. But if you don't have housing, that's an obvious limiting parameter. Right. And the trend out there in the country is more remote learning, then it would make sense to me that that would be something that you would be expanding offerings in to increase your declining enrollment. Well, I think it's obviously trending towards more online learning opportunities, but we do value, and I think that tribal colleges, that's their niche in providing a more one-on-one learning opportunity to help our tribal students succeed. And I think that in order to continue that learning success, we need to provide that face-to-face learning opportunities. Yeah, I understand that, but you went from 835 in 2017 down to 618 in 2022. Yeah. Let me Len go first and then Carol.
Jim, how many housing units does SKC provide?
120 something.
And is there plans to expand?
Yes, there's a plan now to offer, I think, 140 additional. But and I know that further in the presentation, there's a discussion about the use of COVID funding to, significantly increase, housing opportunities.
Thanks, Jim.
So, you know, we see it as a barrier, available housing, and we're planning to provide a better opportunity for student housing across the street. I mean, that, you know, that could be like a community-wide discussion, including, you know, housing, the tribal council, SKC, of what that community need is for housing in the Pablo area. I think we're all trying to increase those numbers
Everywhere.
everywhere. Yeah.
Carol?
Yeah, I may have missed this, but if you were previously talking about the reasons for a downturn in enrollment, one of the reasons probably back then was Kicking Horse when they took, did you mention that when they
I
took all
didn't
those
include
slots
it, but
away?
that was,
And then also the Kicking Horse when that was taken away and all those slots, plus there was seems like at that time there was a change in accreditation or something that also brought in a huge change and a drop.
yeah, Kicking Horse certainly impacted, you know, to the number of students that we had full-time enrolls, and those were counters, count towards our Indian student count. So that made a big impact when that closed. The other rule that you're referencing is the counting or the accounting of those continuing education credits. When you're offering like a course, a fire course, you could count students as continuing ed. There's a new rule, relatively new rule associated with how many of those you can count towards your Indian student count. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we're also looking at expanding dual enrollment, providing opportunities for high school students to be in high school and take college credits. We're looking at creative ways to increase this number of student enrollment. We think that that's along with remote learning, dual enrollment. You know, we're trying to be as inclusive as possible. I think, I can't speak for all of the board, but at board meetings, we have talked about how concerning this number is as a consequence, as Councilman Langford said, with the drop of enrollment as a consequence of Kicking Horse leaving and COVID, we've taken a huge hit, and we're trying to be as creative and as generative as we can to increase those numbers.
And then we're also offering like different other like reservations that have tribal colleges. They're later on in our report where we have like some agreements where they can be there at a distance and then taking and graduating with a course from here, like our education, our sciences. So we're working on it.
I know, such a long time ago, we've been talking about going back in time, but when I was in high school, I was dual enrolled in Flathead Valley Community College and took college algebra when I was a sophomore in high school. So that's been available and, you know, present for a long time. I guess I always thought maybe SKC was doing that, but it's just at a different level you're looking at doing it, or?
There's dual enrollment with high school kids taking college level courses as well. I think what Felicia was referring to is the 2+2 agreements that we have with other tribal colleges in Montana.
Yeah,
You're taking two years of courses at your home institution, and then remote learning your last two to get your degree. Yeah, things like that. I mean, you know, a lot of our time is devoted to that issue of enrollment. You know, that's why we're there, providing those opportunities for tribal students. So it is high on our list.
I noticed and I've noticed for quite some time that, you know, Fort Belknap College is doing TV ads, you know, trying to get enrollment, and it's all really off campus. It's remote learning, really what they're advertising. That was really interesting. They're doing statewide advertisement for that. Who would ever go to Fort Belknap, you know? Oh, that's where I want to go, you know? You know, it's interesting. But if it's remote, you get to stay where you're at and get your schooling through them, then why not?
Yeah, we do have students over in Yakima, you know, forestry students, and there's another course or that they have like other students taking remote learning with an expectation that part of their time is going to be here, right?
So
it can't be totally remote learning.
one of the issues that I've had, and I think I've mentioned it before to college staff, and is the vocational aspect of the school, and that's of course one of the foundational elements of SKC. And but it seemed like over time the vocational trades have just gone in a decline. And so it looked to me like, especially now when we need so many vocationals, just like this, there's not enough carpenters even to build the housing. You know, building trades, heavy equipment operators, wherever it might be, and all the jobs we're looking forward to, you know, ahead of time with the compact funding, et cetera. It seems like it'd be a great time to enhance that program activity at SKC and build up that content and enrollment in that way.
Something we've talked about, you know, certainly visioning something like that with developing a space or building like a large warehouse that you could set up like framing and plumbing and electrical type of stations within one large building to help support some things like that. I know that they've done it on a smaller scale over the last few years with constructing small buildings. I think, you know, they had a small group of folks doing that. Reaching out to Quicksilver to offer auto mechanics type training. And of course, heavy equipment and truck driving has always been one of those core opportunities as well.
Yeah, whether it's welding, electrical, electrician, you know, that plumbing, it's just, the demand is there. We struggle with our facilities and housing struggles, just rehabbing and rebuilding homes, et cetera. There's just nobody out there. We can't get contractors. It's incredible. The void of vocational type professionals that can help us out. So, I mean, for me personally, I would encourage the college to go that way as much as possible and as quick as possible. You know, I wish we were there already, because right now we have lots of funding to do a lot of building projects and no workers.
I know we find ourselves in a housing crunch without the workforce to keep up.
Well, to build the irrigation system, to do whatever, do highway work. I mean, we're looking at, you know, trying to do all the highway work in the future here on the reservation. We have, you know, we want to expand different services and expand and exploit the situation as best we can. But I know there's a shortage of workers all over, but it's just, you know, if we have a membership that needs that professional vocational training, then we should look at providing it as best we can.
I wonder if that's something we could note as a follow-up conversation with the tribe, a bit broaden that.
We have that as a task order for our one corporation to work to develop that. And they should be getting a hold of you as soon as possible. So Sailors Technologies has been tasked with that. So you're the partner I think they really need to look at.
Like I said, we've been having that conversation and just putting that conversation to paper, you know, putting the plan to paper and developing the partnerships and the funding sources that could make that happen. Yep. Appreciate that. Rhonda, you want to go over some of the
4 years ago, when I started on the board, we were having monthly meetings, and it would be that we would have all of the president's report and all of the vice president's reports, and HR and everything was provided to us monthly. And it, with COVID and with our ability to do business during that time online and keep up with our work, it got to the point where we understood that it wasn't necessarily effective for us to have monthly meetings where we have our full crew developing reports for us. And we got to the point where we decided that it was something that we wanted to do is have 2 work sessions and then a business meeting, and then 2 work sessions and a business meeting. So quarterly, we meet now as a full business meeting. When we do our work sessions, sometimes it tends to be something that needs to happen at that time, and we go ahead and call the meeting into session, and we go ahead and do our business. But then we also have time to do a lot of policy review, being able to work together and have broader discussions. And those things have really felt like they meant a lot more to the progress of our work. So our board of directors governance work has included that step of change. We also, over the past year, since prior to the past year, we have been a fully volunteer board where we would get mileage only. And then this past, I think maybe 3 months ago, 6 months ago, we started doing a reimbursement so that we do get honorarium and kind of paid on a quarterly basis also. But I think it just kind of matches so that we're not overtaxing the business department and overtaxing ourselves as you know, being able to do good work and know that you're getting a little bit of compensation helps. So with that, we have been able to delineate what our calendar will be for the next year, because we know that we have these work sessions and business sessions planned out. We went ahead and had our retreat with the full board, and that was held in October. And with that retreat, we spent a lot of time thinking about what our goals are for this year and being able to make sure that our values as tribal people are put into our mission statement, and being able to, you know, think about and dream about what it is that we can be as a board that functions not necessarily in a way that's something that helps us be more tribal oriented, and so that we're able to have more discussion. And I think having our meetings in work sessions, that really helps us to do that, so that we're able to talk and feel like we're not maybe so much in a glass jar looking and having people look to see what we're doing, as being able to really function as a team and know that we're working on the vision and the mission goals and being accountable to what we're supposed to be doing, but then also feeling like we're able to think outside the box too. So those things have happened this year, and I think it's really with Linda and Jermaine joining us most recently, I think their guidance has been really outstanding for us to be able to think outside the box, and to be able to know that our work is something that is always expanding, and our approach to it can change based on who we are as a people. We went ahead and did the bylaws. We started out trying to generate those ourselves during the work sessions, and it tended to be that we were missing things. And as we would go to training, we would figure out, well, those things that we were missing should be in our bylaws. And our attorney Dan Knudsen helped us finish those bylaws, and we went ahead and were able to adopt those this year. And then we also adopted our conflict of interest policy. And so that was something that you'd think that you'd have intact, but it was something that needed to be tightened up and voted on for the board policy. And it's something that we sign every year. You know, I think with our retreats also, it just helped us solidify some of the priorities that we've been having over the year. And Jim and Jermaine talked about how, you know, the housing and enrollment, and not only enrollment, but retention, recruitment, and completion is really important. And having, we've had some really tightening up of that, the recruitment, especially to have that be data generated more. Tony Berthold, and I don't know who all is helping him, but he has in your packet the one graphic that talks about what happens to a student when they first come onto our website, and he's followed that through as far as trying to figure out, if I was a new student applying to SKC, you know, how many clicks would it take to do this, and what would what would the steps be that I would go through. And so they're really trying to streamline that and make it more user friendly. And then just with his data, to be able to show which departments are really responsible for guiding the students in different areas as they come on board, and to help them, you know, with their counseling and guidance as they go through the system. I think that's about all for now.
Yeah, just to reiterate or highlight that, you know, the board work has been internal as well, you know, dedicated to self-learning as a board, learning to work together and learn and as a board, and provide, you know, folks that opportunity to provide meaningful input to board matters. So I think that that's part of the board work, and you guys, you know, probably go through a lot of that same thing, learning to work together as a board, and then learning to provide that individual autonomy for each of us to contribute in our own way.
Go ahead, Len.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Jim, based on that, what is the board's vision for SKC administration?
Are you referring to the current events, or?
No, just the future. I mean, what do you guys, what do you guys see? What kind of changes are you making, or I shouldn't say changes, but additions?
I think a big one that we've been talking about is trying to bring forward the values of CSKT people, right? How do we govern ourselves in a indigenous framework instead of formally through Robert's Rules of Order, and having a more dialogue or time for dialogue and consensus building discussions. That was one way. More, and we annually set goals for the president, and we also set board goals. One of those board goals was self-learning, as we talked about, board training, fiscal training, understanding more about fiscal affairs of the college and how that all works, and what our role is as fiduciary representatives, or, you know, folks that are responsible for the fiscal affairs of the college. So a lot of board learning, a lot of board visioning associated with incorporating that traditional values into the way we work.
So Jim, right now, today, we don't have any academic requirements for students to learn Kootenai or Salish language or culture.
That's a big one, and I think that over the last few years, with the redevelopment of that Indigenous Institute, and having those folks on campus and providing those opportunities is a biggie. And I know that there's a lot of work yet to do on the north side with the Kootenai community to try to bring that community up to a level where that Indigenous Institute is at. So there's a lot of, partnerships, cultural perpetuation and, providing that cultural environment on campus is a big goal. And it's something that we've talked about. And I think that in the past, we've generally gave that goal to the president. We need to retain or perpetuate the cultures of the Salish, Kalispé, and Katsanka people, but without having that conversation about this is the way we should be doing it, right? And I think that it's a very difficult task for the president or one person or a small group of people to do that without including the communities in that discussion.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think it's very important to put time frames on this. Otherwise, we could just drag on forever until we get a plan in place.
Yep. And over the few years, rebuilding that program, that cultural capacity or competency program that Johnny once taught, dusting off that old curricula, giving it to the Salish Institute and say, this is the basis. But we still need to incorporate, the culture committees and those cultural folks within communities to make that thing work. We hope, it's been a vision of mine, certainly for some time, is that SKC would be the cultural hub or, like a cultural flagship for, all cultures within CSKT. That if you go on campus, that would be preeminent. I mean, you would know that you're in a tribal space. And then these are the homelands of the Salish, Kalispé, and Katsanka people. So, that's futuring, that's dreaming, of course. But it takes a lot of that community effort as well and engagement. Yeah.
Sure. I think it is also because we have made that a board goal to have that cultural repatriation as one of our goals is to keep that. And then it's in our mission and vision, but we also if we have students that come elsewhere or the non-native faculty, the non-native students, that they come and that if they're gonna graduate, that they're gonna have some kind of cultural knowledge of our people here.
Terry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have a lot on your plate, and I think you have a lot of good ideas. I don't know if it'd be nice to have a more in-depth discussion about helping with the housing, because until you deal with the housing, you're kind of in a bad spot. I was going to talk, you mentioned vocation. Bill Shelby's Economic Development Department came in yesterday and they had quite a list. There is funding there, and they were looking for people to join with them. You might definitely touch bases with her because some of the locations that were discussed or mentioned today, they have funding for that. And they were looking, because I think Janet's looking at retiring, and they were looking for some support teams to get involved with them. So just mentioning that. Then I've often wondered, your basketball program's done well. Of course, we wouldn't have the housing, but have you ever considered the Frontier Conference?
We've considered it, but I think that there's a significant financial commitment in doing that. Like $1 million a year, I think what I've heard, a number of years ago, and it's probably more than that now to join or to stay committed. It'd be a great opportunity if we had that. Yeah. Support. It'd be a great recruiting tool, I guess, of course, with our, local tribal athletes for sure, but it certainly is a fiscal commitment to do that. I know that we're getting a little short, but there's another handout too that shows some of the updates and events. And a part of that is You know, we've been blessed, or we've been lucky, or one of them, right, over the last couple of years because of the financial support that COVID brought. You know, with, as we discussed, the trending decline in enrollment and the amount of finances associated with that, you know, we're looking pretty dire there for a while. But with the influx of funding from COVID, we can now start planning housing and things that support our student body. So in the updates and events that are also in your packet, there's a whole list of projects under the reserve account spending projections from 22 to 25. And a lot of that is with, you know, the COVID funding, both what we got and what we project over that term. So with that, you know, there's a lot of student support initiatives, including enrollment, of course, mental health services, providing food security for a number of our students through the food pantry, direct COVID relief payments to our staff, faculty and staff, some upgrades and improvements to the nursing equipment program, both nursing and dental assisting, and a lot of housing planned over the next few years. Studio apartments, townhouse apartments, different kinds of apartments, both larger, you know, family-oriented building or housing facilities, and, you know, the one and two bedroom over the term. And a lot of facility maintenance and remodeling, you know, to provide spaces that, you know, we can provide that face-to-face learning opportunities as well. So a lot of money associated with COVID and lots of big plans to help, you know, SKC grow and provide those opportunities over the next few years.
Martin.
Are you guys planning on building a big outdoor auditorium back behind the Stevenson building?
A pavilion type of building.
I'm always interested in donors, you know, everybody, you know, get out there and raise that money when you have a giver. So my understanding that Ms. Bezos made a donation to the college, was there strings attached to that, or is that dedicated to a particular element of the education program?
There was no strings attached to it. What happened with that is that we stuck it in an investment pool and have plans to support tribal governing body goals that we provide the president. So invest it and use a portion of the earnings to help support some of the goals, housing being one. Putting that, you know, funding to work.
Do you mind sharing with us the amount it was? Because nobody seems to know.
Yeah. I know that President Boham said that when she initially got it, there was a number of non-disclosure requirements associated with it. And I don't know if that was ever made public, either by Bezos or, and I know that the college hasn't shared that. It's still quite a secret, I know, with faculty and staff and administration.
Do you know what it is?
We do know. The board knows and is provided a quarterly financial statement associated with that funding.
Okay. Were you made aware of it when it happened then?
I was made aware of it when it was received. And after a period of time, because she was under a non-disclosure agreement, she wouldn't share that until, I know that a number of colleges publicly announced it.
There was another major, not to that level of billionaires, the Jones family just recently gave MSU the largest amount of money they've ever received, and it was geared for increasing nursing program in Montana. And I was contacted by one of their the family staff person and wanted to know if some of that reached Sailors Kootenai College. And I made that request to administration, but I haven't heard anything back. And I wanted to be able to report that back to the Joneses. I made that request quite a while ago. Pardon?
We'll make sure you get that information.
Because in our relationship with the Jones family, they bought all the land to the northwest of the reservation. And they're now the largest single landowner in Flathead County. And so they have a deep interest in healthcare. And since we have a nursing program, I just wanted to make sure that if none of it reaches SKC, I want to make them aware of that it didn't. So there might be an opportunity to get another donation from them.
Check. I haven't heard, any funding source coming in like that or a gift.
It would have been through MSU somehow, I would assume.
Sure. And I know that the board has been engaged and has expressed some grave concern over the recent departures of some of Sandra's administrative staff. I know that's very confidential type of information, talking with personnel, but just to let you know that we're very concerned and have expressed our concern and frustration over things like that, and have recently requested exit interviews for those folks. And that has occurred, and there's follow-up investigation associated with those exit interviews. So that work is ongoing, and certainly is very frustrating to see the level of, or the quality of people that we can't seem to retain in those higher level positions at SKC at this time. Certainly a board concern, and we hope to correct that.
Have grievances been filed?
No.
That was, Jim, thank you for bringing that up. That was one of the questions that council had, whether or not you were doing exit interviews. So good to hear you're doing those.
Those were done, and there's follow-up associated with those exit interviews. Yes, and it's been a concern with the board.
Carol?
Yeah, you see, there's exit interviews and then there's an investigation. You used that term, right? So at the end of the investigation, could there be possible repercussions for, I guess that's probably a very difficult and maybe a stupid question to even ask, so you don't have to answer it, but yeah, it's very concerning to me, when I hear that this caliber and level of staff that are leaving, and we all hear the rumor mill, and yeah, good luck is all I can say, and I understand your issue of not being able to disclose figures and stuff like that. We were under that once, and we all had to sign a document, and so I understand and respect that. And I love the sign, but we did hear quite a bit of pushback on, man, that looks like a casino sign or something like that. But, when it got up and it's now flashing and you could actually see people's faces, and it's to me, it's beautiful, but it's kind of big.
And we hope to use that as a kind of a history guide as well. I think that we had a conversation with folks that are maintaining it and providing content to the sign. And it'd be nice to include, some history type lessons with the chiefs and, some of those significant events that are are important to our tribal people, right? To include some of that content, as people drive by, like a little snippet, right?
We're just gonna ask that. It's not gonna be limited just to Salish Kootenai College?
No, we're hoping, and we had that conversation with folks, when was that? A month ago already? A month ago, try to include some of this, history and information, from our tribe as you'll probably have to pull it, provide a turnover or parking space within the gymnasium parking spot so people can just turn in and just watch for a while.
Well, when I first noticed it was on, I was looking at it, and there were some pictures and I almost accented the car ahead of me, so sorry for my language, but it was, I wanted to look, because it's like a big TV set there, Wow.
And we're hoping that the sign is going to be used, like if we have to shelter in place or some kind of natural disaster, or if there's like an emergency closures.
Great, thank you, Felicia. Go ahead, Carol.
Outdoor, what do you call those cinema centers, like they used to have down here, where we could just show a movie.
Drive-in theater?
Popcorn, you never know, it'd be exciting.
One question that was brought up the other day, and we talked about it here, and that goes to your recruitment of faculty and employees. We were discussing the potential to have provide some type of full health care benefit to all tribal employees, that they don't have to provide a match. And so there was reference to the college's health care that provide employees as a model to maybe look at. And so I guess you have any insight to that as far as the cost and benefit? Jermaine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jim. Our former HR director did extensive research and looked at benefit packages for, for health and disability, short-term and long-term, a very comprehensive review. And we have all of that material in it. The board retreat, we made a decision about the level of care that we would provide, and that's now in place, as I understand it. So we do provide that benefit.
And I think it's been kind of a recruiting tool as well. I think that the wages aren't great, but the health benefit, we had hoped that potential employees would look at that health benefit package and say, the wages ain't great, but certainly the health benefits would help kind of offset that. We need to get that information out more, as a recruiting tool.
Oh, it's a great financial value. I mean, because someone doesn't have to front that themselves, and pay for that premium, and it's a great part of a package. That and whatever retirement might be there, a match. Those are both factors in recruitment. Carol?
Yeah, I would hope, and I don't know if we took action as a council, but I would hope that we would take action to pursue this, or put it on somebody's plate to start looking at it so we can get the information back. Because the sooner, if you guys have done it, it must be pretty darn good. So I'm thinking we need to get the information, and if we need to take action to direct it to come in, we need to get it done. But I think somebody did. Ellie, no? Somebody I thought took action to do it, but.
It's in the minutes for them to come back as part of the personnel package, along with the pay scale.
If it's clear in the minutes, I won't do anything, but if it's not, we need to take action, because yes, for our people.
So one of the important aspects that we were in discussing all the boards for the tribal council is that to make sure that, that we're supporting you, you're an extension of us. And so if we have concerns and issues, we want to make sure that you're fully vetted in those and can help carry that forward in your guidance of the college and of the staff at the college. And we deeply appreciate you for signing up for your tenure as board members. And it's not an easy thing, especially when it's basically a volunteer board. But you have our greatest gratitude for being available and serving on the college board. But we want to make sure that you're empowered in the way that you need to be empowered, that you can provide the leadership that we're counting on you to provide. So we really want to increase the frequency to meet with you and have intimate conversation, however public or private it needs to be able to support the college board.
I think the way we're structured now with these working groups, like every, 2 working groups and then a business meeting. I think that there's a great opportunity to include discussions about specific things that we're working on. One issue that comes to mind is our drug testing policy and a policy on violent offender type hiring. You know, we struggle with those types of policies as a board. So support in those discussions, you know, as we work through them would be greatly appreciated, I think. Even when we're talking building capacity, like providing opportunities for those trade type programs. You know, if there was outside support, if we're not just brainstorming in our own boardroom across the street and realizing that there may be others thinking the same thing that might have capacity to help support those ideas, then, you know, greatly appreciated.
Well, that just leads me to increase our communication.
I think the diversity of backgrounds that we have on our board also really impacts our ability to be good servants. The recent discovery of how a student can have healthcare benefits at the college was enhanced by Jamie Cahoon, talking about how she can get the applications that need to happen through tribal health right on our college website, so that, you know, students will have a easy access to that. And, you know, they're not blindsided of showing up at a facility and not being able to get full access until you get through the application process.
Absolutely. We had an opportunity to, and this is a rare event in my looking at how we acquire land and what we acquire that land for, and if we acquired it automatically as a turnkey operation, that it's a business and it'll pay for itself. So we recently, this year, had a large farm, a viable farm, basically that penciled out, in my opinion, as a break even, which is usually when we buy ag land or range land, we're painting the map green, but it's another debit. You know, it's a service debt that we have to take care of. It doesn't produce like it should. And so in that looking at that property, we couldn't afford buying. We needed to be able to partner and with something, either long-term financing or it was just going to break the bank for us financially. But I looked at it as a great opportunity to expand how we might interest our membership into farming and ranching. And when we talk about food sustainability, we talk about the rebuilding of the irrigation project and all the irrigable lands that we have. To me, it looked like a good fit to, you know, have it as an extension program, like a working farm that's a teaching farm that would be something that the college could be a partner in. And in all that thing, all things considered, even acquisition, but it would be that vocational farm. It'd be like MSU does with their ag programs. And so I would really like to put that out for you in your consideration as you move forward, because I don't want to, I know Virgil has some programs and stuff, but we don't have a working farm that we can go out and have folks learn how to do things. And so I think that would be a critical feature for us.
Let's talk more about that. I think that the extension programs at SKC has a huge potential. And there's funding associated with,
There's big funding.
tribal ag, programs. Yeah, we're just scraping the surface of the potential.
So if that was an added factor in the package of trying to finance and purchase that, I think it might have been a doable thing. But given the time constraints that were laid upon us, we probably couldn't do it. Yeah, Bezos money, yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, we have like, different things that happen. We have our, senior citizen tuition waiver that, that we're offering. We have our dual enrollment, our 2+2, and then also that we're having our high school tuition waiver. We looked at it, we discussed it with with the administration and everything at the college, is that we have young people going to like U of M, Montana State, going there and then failing and then trying to come back to SKC. And then we have offered the local high school graduates 1-year tuition waiver, and I think we approved that. You can use it whenever, like if you didn't use it in your first year, it's going to be waived. And then also that we have a lot of things for our student body. We have our little basketball tournament coming up here next week. AHEC is bringing back a lot of their student activities. So in March, the student activities will be in Albuquerque. Next month, we might have an opportunity for some of our students to go with Sandra and AHEC to petition and sit on the Hill. And then we have Founders Week coming up. And then we have our the food boxes. And then we do take care of our student and staff because we're still living in COVID. We provide them, say like one of our staff or faculty has to be out, somebody in their family got COVID, we still cover that. We still pay them. We don't give them COVID leave. We just say, be gone as long as you want. Let us know what you need. And then we continue to pay them. So they're not taking leave or anything like that. And then to increase like the booster shots and all of that, we have offered Visa gift cards to our staff and our faculty and staff and our students. So we encourage that. And then we're also, our staff and faculty, if you hear about it through the rumor mill, is this next month through our COVID funding, we're going to be giving them a stipend to help them. So
We need another hour so Jermaine could talk as well. He's been pretty quiet.
I know, it's surprising.
I just want to talk about rejuvenative ag and how we can restore the landscape.
I think we should have a workshop at Jermaine's good buddy Arthur Blank Foundation's ranch in the Paradise Valley and go through all this stuff.
There's a conversation with Butch Blazer and others about developing this Indigenous Natural Resource Institute that would provide opportunities, and they're focused, primarily now on range and ag. My input would, forestry and fire, of course, but certainly they're focused on ag and range programs and trying to incorporate that tribal voice in traditionally Western approaches to ag and range production and management. So, I mean, it's a great conversation. I think it's out there.
Arthur Blank is two of his properties or working ranches he's trying to make viable. He's intimately into that discussion. So I'm just not kidding. I think we ought to have a workshop there.
And I think Peter Brown would invite you. And
I think so. Yeah. Or you.
Well, I think that ends our presentation content. again, I appreciate your time
Thank you.
and your interest in SKC. And, we're doing our best to improve it every day. You know, I think that, I think we got a good group of people, working as a board now and, all dedicated, to improving SKC, you know, for future generations, for sure.
I have, Jennifer Finley has her hand up. So Jennifer, sorry, just noticed it now. No, Jennifer?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. So,
You muted your.
oh, okay, sorry. I'm in a loud place right now. Thank you all for coming, and I know that you guys do a lot of fine work over there, and a lot of really good things are going on at SPC. And I know that being on the board, you know, you mostly deal with the problems, unfortunately. But one question I had is if you guys have revisited your Indian preference hiring policy and how you're currently implementing that. Thank you.
Tribal member hiring policy?
Your Indian preference hiring policy?
Not recently. I think as it reads, you know, it's consistent with, the CSKT hiring policy where we're giving preference to CSKT members, first. I think some of the issues that we have, is that, implementation of the policy as it's written. So those are the discussions that we continue to have. We have a policy in place. It's implementation of that policy to meet the intent of increasing our tribal member employment at the college. And if you missed it earlier, Jennifer, you know, there were a couple of line graphs or bar graphs included in the packet that shows the number of current tribal member employees and faculty at CSKT. And it looks like, you know, the trend is moving in the right direction, but certainly always work to do, you know, to provide those opportunities for tribal members first.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Jim, Rhonda, Linda, Jermaine, Alicia, Jamie. I see Jamie's on. Thank you, Jamie. And we'll look forward to our next conversation.
Mr.
Carol?
Chairman, one thing unrelated. You know, yesterday Lynn brought up George Waters' contract on a lesser level. Well, Jim Durgalo is the one that traveled with me to get work done with George, along with Ron Sweeney and Daryl Claremont. And I just want him to touch on it because he said he at ITC, I believe, is having trouble with their lobbyists not really asking the serious questions that need to be asked. And so if you could just touch on, just briefly, I know council's busy and this is.
Yeah, we'll do it quickly. I know that one of the issues or something that was provided, information that was provided to the Intertribal Timber Council is that in one of the provisions of workforce development in the bipartisan infrastructure law bill, that there was a provision in there that would provide pay incentive of $20,000 or 50% of firefighter salary as a recruitment benefit. And the statute reads that for those eligible for federal firefighter retirement. As you know, as tribes contract or compact federal programs, that provision doesn't come over in the contract. Our tribal firefighters that are performing duties shoulder to shoulder with the BIA, Forest Service, BLM counterparts aren't eligible for that firefighter compensation package. We've been having conversations, and I know that a number of tribes sent letters to the secretary, letters of concern and a request to solve that or to compensate our tribal firefighters along with their federal counterparts. They sent that letter probably 2 months ago, without receipt of any communication from the Secretary's office or the Office of Wildland Fire. The ITC has been pushing that issue. We've been told, or we repeatedly are told, that they're working on it and that we should receive a letter back this week. Not a solution, just a letter, right? Addressing addressing some of the concerns that were presented. And I know that, George has been one of those guys that is not afraid to have the hard conversation and knock on doors and put people on point, and saying, that's blatant racism, right? You're not including tribal firefighters in these federal programs that they should be eligible for. Pointing fingers, pounding on desks, knocking on doors, those type of people. And he's been successful in doing that and making a difference on tribes' behalf in the past. We went back, and I know that Carol's provided testimony, congressional testimony on a number of issues. One is the funding allocation process, that they were biased against tribal programs as well, and help fix that in the tune of bringing back millions, on a national level to tribal programs. So certainly always put a plug in for George. He's not afraid to have those hard conversations on the tribe's behalf, where, the ITC's lobbyist guy doesn't take that approach. He's more of a two martini lunch type approach than trying to, take that angle around making hard decisions of tribal inclusion. So, that issue is still ongoing. The Department of Interior Director of Office of Wildland Fire said that, and his boss's boss, upper level within Department of Interior, are saying that they will include funding for tribal firefighters in the 24 budget cycle. But even then, they say there probably won't be any retro pay associated with that. So continue to fight the fight, to try to have tribes included in opportunities like that. Now, I've told Ron a number of times, says, you need a tribal leader, to go back with you and knock on doors. They pay way more attention to tribal leaders than they do, folks like me or a lobbyist. Put your headdress on and go back and make some noise to get that attention, that it needs.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, next up. Okay. Gotta do some. Jim's gotta clean it first.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, before we get started on the presentation, I would just want to start by commending and thanking SK Gaming for stepping up and helping the staff at Second Circle Lodge and with their accommodations and everything. It's very grateful that you guys were there, and I know the staff was very grateful, and so I just wanted to mention that and thank you all.
Thank you, Len, and Mr. Chairman, members of council, at your request, we wanted to introduce you to our interim CEO, Dan Hansen. As you guys know, we received notification from Brian Miller that he resigned his position effective the first part of 2023, the board of directors took action in looking for a new CEO, or at least an interim. Dan, of course, works with us as general manager of Grey Wolf Peak Casino. And I'll let him introduce himself, and if you guys have any questions for him.
Thank you, Pete. Welcome, Dan.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. My name is Daniel Hansen, Inuit out of Kotzebue Village, but I grew up on the Coeur d'Alene res. My dad was Frank Sijon. I was at Coeur d'Alene Casino, helped build them. I was with them for about 20 years before moving off into consulting. I did some consulting with Salish SNK Gaming for about 3 years before coming onto the board. I was on the gaming board for about 2.5 years before having to resign because I was the CEO of the Menominee Casino and their gaming board wouldn't allow dual gaming licenses. So I left there. Came back, just wanted to move closer to home. So left the Menominee and came to work at Grey Wolf. I've been there for about 1.5 years. Love the area. The tribes have always been really, really good to me, and it's nice to be just 3 hours from home. So.
The way I drive, it's only 2 hours. Well, thank you for stepping up. You know, we really need to have, you know, that coverage. So really appreciate that.
Yeah, Brian did a lot for us, and it, you know, it's nice to not have anything be able to fall through the cracks. So.
Absolutely. Any questions for Dan? Carol?
Well, I just want to make a comment. I served with him for a little while when I showed up to board meetings, and I got to meet him and I got to understand and hear his background. And I'm like, wow, why aren't you the main man here? Because he was definitely knowledgeable, and he speaks up and he talks. So
Sometimes too much.
no, I appreciate it, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what's actually going on with the new expansion and all of that kind of stuff. So I know that's probably not set up today, but yeah, looking forward to hearing those updates. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you. I have never met you, so good to meet you.
Okay, and I know Jennifer has my number, and I think Glenn does, and I know Jimmy does. So if anybody else needs it or wants it, I'll be sure to send it over.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, and some comments, I suppose, is looking at it from the board's perspective is we're currently advertising for the CEO position. We're hoping for a transition within the next 3 to 6 months. Obviously, if that doesn't happen, we feel comfortable with the executive staff and Dan in place to move past that 3 to 6 month time frame. Also, some other notes is we are going to file our audit January this month, and then we have 90 days to come and present our annual report to you folks. So I know that we got the letter yesterday. We had a board meeting yesterday. Unfortunately, we got the letter for the dividend declaration after we had already met, but I think that we'll figure something out before the deadline. Oh yeah, we'll know that.
Yeah, we'll know the number before. We've got the budget coming in.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
Shelley, I want to thank you for continuing with the budget reports. I mean, some of them don't look good, but at least we're now getting them, and I thank you for that. It means a lot.
Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for being here. We have a legislative reception in Helena next week. You guys, we're more than welcome to come. I don't know if you've already got an invitation, but it's always good to put one of our best faces forward, and gaming is doing well. So kind of puts to bed some of the comments that some of our state legislators have made over the last few weeks. Thank you.
On that, we were asked to create a table, and we've already in-house started to create some marketing materials and just some little handouts and factoids. A lot of the stuff that we'd had previously were outdated, but luckily Sheila's done, I guess, a lot of these in the past, so she's kind of helped spearhead that. And then Jennifer Demibo's the interim GM for Grey Wolf, and she's got a pretty big carpet project next week, but we're trying to make sure her, myself, probably Shelley and Sheila can go. We will be a presence.
Great.
And thank you for the invite.
Any other comments for Daniel? Thank you. Oh, Jimmy?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I've had the pleasure of working with Dan for a while on at the meetings at Grove, and it's been a pleasure. Appreciate working with you and seeing Helen. Thanks, board. Thank you, board.
Go ahead, Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I haven't been at the last couple of meetings, Dan, but, had some surgery on my knees and I've been kind of laid up, gimped up a little bit, so I haven't been able to go, but, now I'm back there, work here, so I'll make your next meeting on Wednesday, so next week. So anyway, then some funeral things we had to attend to, you know, I've got another one this week with for my wife, you know, and, her brother, but, been kind of busy with running here and running there and doing this and that, you know, but, glad that you're aboard, really am, you know, and, you know, Brian, you know, he was a pretty good man, you know, but I don't know if that come along and made him decide that he needed to move on, but, hopefully he does do well, you know, on his adventure. So, you know, and then you're taking his place and gonna have some shoes to fill a little bit for at the time being, you know, but I got lots of hopes in you and I know you're gonna be able to do it. So welcome aboard, Kate.
Thank you, Bing. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, board, staff. All right. We want to take a quick break? How many minutes we get, Jen? 5? Wow.
You still got Brian Upton.
Okay. 5 minutes. Okay, we better come back into session so we can keep moving today.
I believe Brian Upton is gonna be open and then he's going into executive.
Okay, well, as we reduce the noise in here, we'll get started. Okay, Brian, go ahead.
And actually, Mr. Chairman, I'd recommend going into executive for the series of updates we've got, including the first.
Okay, so we can go into executive right away. Session. Hi, Mark.
So I'm gonna veer off of the request for the agenda request we had in there because we were gonna talk about the IEC first, but there were two issues that came up that I wanted to address real fast and I needed a council approval on. One was the Pablo house right here that we were trying to get ready up for the second circle issue. The one propane furnace that was in the one room was faulty and needed to be replaced, and we did it as an emergency circumstance. We picked one up and got it installed yesterday, so that's up and running again. Did that for two different reasons, one for the second circle part of it, and two, to maintain heat in that house so we didn't freeze up any of the lines. We did not have time to follow the procurement policy, so we went ahead and just made the executive decision to protect the property. We went and purchased it. It was a $3,029 or something like that for that. So we would need to get a council approval to waive procurement policy on that one too. So we stay in accordance with the regulations.
Motion by Carol to approve the, is that right, Carol? Oh.
Motion.
Motion by Carol to approve the emergency acquisition of the furnace.
All right.
Is there a second? Second by Jimmy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all is in favor? Unanimous.
Didn't see that last part of it. The next item that I wanted to bring up real fast was there was a follow-up on the inclusive fencing. I did receive again the
same two?
bids. What's
Oh.
that?
Wasn't different?
It's still the same two bids.
No, geez, I thought one of them was different.
Nope, but it was only two bids, not a third. We wanted to do a sole source still because there was one that was $1,000 cheaper for it to move forward, but the issue is that these were dated, one was dated back in April of 22 and the other one was dated in July of 22. So if we went sole source, we'd probably have to get another estimated cost on that because of the values might have changed. But if we went sole source, we would be requesting to go with Farrier Fencing, as he was the cheapest bid.
Is that the crest? Farrier Fencing?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Len.
Any reason why we just couldn't buy the materials and have our fencing crew put it in?
It's a chain link fence that has to be done and our guys are not trained in chain link fencing. And that's why we'd have to go out to outsource this one to a private company that does chain link. We checked on our Indian preference and all of our Indian preference are set for ag, not chain link.
Martin?
Have we spoke with the contractor about whether he'll honor that bid at that price?
We have not yet. That's why we were still waiting on that third one and we never have received a third bid on this. So we have not reached back out to Farrier if he'll still honor that price or not, because the prices may have came down a little. We are not sure.
Chain link is tough. I know in the valley, he's the only contractor. That's what I've used privately. Yeah.
So we can follow back up on that one. We can actually reach back out to Farrier if he'll honor that. And then I can come back in and re-update council on that piece of it.
If he stays with it, just do it. So we can accept that bid right now.
Okay.
If he would do it.
All right.
Oh, it going higher? Well, if the price of steel went down, then it could be even lower, but, same or lower, okay. Sole source, contract for chain link fence, Nakusum, to Carrier Fencing. Carrier. Motion? Motion by Martin, second by Carol. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous?
Okay, so now we'll get to the nuts and bolts of why we were here, is, we wanted to do a quick update with, council on the IAC experience that we had went to back in December. Councilman Pitts was there, plus 3 of the land staff, 1 of the natural resource staff, plus we also had some individual tribal members that were attending. Joel Claremont attended, and so did Pete White on their own accord. We just wanted to give a quick update on it for the IAC. I'm going to bring Brenda Ritchie up so she can kind of dive into the whole thing. While I hand out some packets that she has for council to show what went down out there. And then we have one of the girls, that Brandy Bigby. I didn't know if the other one, Kayleen, was able to make it yet, but she had a test that she couldn't get out of at school, so she was trying to get here. But Brenda will read what she had learned on her review of what she did down there, and Brandy will give an update of what she did down there and everything else, and we will have them come up here now and do their discussion.
Sounds great.
Pete was down there on behalf of council, and he needs to give an update also.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Martin.
I just wanted to let you guys know, I have to leave. My daughter has an appointment. I'll be on Zoom, so apologize.
Thank you, Martin. Happy New Year, Brenda.
Yep.
Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you so much for letting me come in and borrow just a few moments at the end of your day. I'm sure you guys had a really busy day as well. Just wanted to report on that we had such an amazing experience this year at IAC. I've been attending this annual event, annual training with the Intertribal Agriculture Council. That's the full name for IAC. Every year since 2011, 2012-ish. And I usually end up there by myself. And this year, thankfully, due to some additional funding from USDA, to some additional funding from the Native American Agriculture Council, we were able to put together quite the team that came. I know Mark also contributed traveling funds from his department to bring more people down. And I know that Councilman Pitts was there, as well as Pete White came down on behalf of council. So together, it was really amazing. I've never had so many people from home with me. So we had a lot of fun, and we worked really hard. I also brought with me our MSU horticulturist, who is an extension agent in Missoula, to come and help be extra ears for myself regarding the meat processing plant work that the tribe and tribal council has been working on. So with that, I just wanted to ask if you guys had any questions about what IAC is. You'll see in your packets I put together. One, Happy New Year. There is our new calendar for you guys. It's my favorite color, so I just had to share it, and it's got cute little bumblebees on it. So that made me happy. There is also the new IAC report. This shows where IAC has been, where we are, and what they are going to propose in the new Farm Bill. They are looking to increase each already established FERTEP program through the IAC, which brings more money to each program individually. And when I was looking at the dollars, if they were to receive what they're asking for, would also help increase staffing at each FERTEP office if that is where it needs to go. So many hopes and dreams rely on the success of the IAC conversation with the new Farm Bill. We also, probably for me, the most impactful and important part of IAC this year was that we took youth with us. I haven't taken youth to IAC since 2012. And at that point in time, I took a 16-year-old Vance Homegun and Alice I'm going to say her first name wrong, Alice Van Guten. And so, you know, now I know they're all grown up and we haven't had any youth go. And this year we had some amazing youth apply and 2 of them won in the top 30 out of 60 plus applicants across the United States. And I know Mark is going to be talking about the youth side of the program. But that was in a nutshell. You'll see in your packet, along with that report from IAC, I printed out what the adult agenda was and some of the things that we each went to. We tried to divide and conquer as the team from CSKT and MSU. And then I also included the youth program so that you can begin to familiarize yourself more, if you're not familiar with it, what the program looks like as a whole. And I believe the importance that it has for tribes that attend. So that's kind of my kit and caboodle. If any of you have any questions, I'd be glad to do my best to answer them.
Terry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciated the Brenda and her personality, her high energy and her involvement down there. She was a breath of fresh air for all of us. And it was really special to have the team down there from Lands. It was a good representation. It had been some years since I'd been down there, and it was just Anita and myself. And she told me, she said, the people, I missed a couple of sessions, and I apologized to her, and she said, no, you did well. She said, the people that traveled down before, they'd show up, and she never saw them till they got on the plane. So it was a good conference. Food sovereignty is really a important thing that I 100% behind. Brandy, I really appreciated you being there, and Alice Van Guten was just here a little bit ago, and I missed it, so I caught her director outside. I said, make sure you let her know that she's special, because she was the last person to be there and be honored. I think she was in high school, if I remember.
She was, yes, sir.
So we've got some new sheriffs in town, and they did us very well carrying the flag, and they led the charge, as well as Anita's picture, and made us very proud of them. So thank you.
There's no other questions for Brendan. That I was going to introduce Brandy at this time to tell the council about her experience and what she's learned and what she's the big future that she has planned now from being able to attend this conference.
Good afternoon. I'm Brandy Bigby. I am a junior at Two Eagle High School, and I was selected to go to the Indian Ag Conference. I applied back in October for a scholarship to attend Indian Ag Conference in Las Vegas, the MSU Extension Program. I was accepted and attended the youth portion of the IAC in the beginning of December. During my time there, I was able to meet other members that were there for other schools, and I was able to meet professionals from across the state. One in particular was Mary Zook from the University of Arkansas. She's the communication manager for the Indian Food and Agriculture Initiative. She asked that I applied for another scholarship that will be upcoming in July to attend a week-long program in Arkansas to learn how they are correcting their own foods insecurities. She also started that she would like me to attend the Farm Bill signing and be there for the Youth Initiative in Washington, D.C. later this fall. All in all, I met numerous youth and professionals alike. They are actively participating in food sovereignty and food insecurities with their own reservations. Thank you for your time.
Well, good job. I mean, wow, what a great honor and good work, you know. I hope that you get to go to all that, so it'd be wonderful.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I went out to Brandy's here about a year ago to get a chicken. And her dad says, which one of the roosters you want? He said, well, take the big one. You know, Brandy went in there and just snatched up that big old rooster, and he was pretty spooky. And this little girl's got a hand, so I'm hoping that she can continue to be involved in ag because she's got a real future. And hopefully, I was really proud of Pete and his presence there and his effort to be involved and taking Anita's position, and made us real proud and represented us with a lot of character. And so hopefully Brandy Pete will have a spot for you this rodeo season. You can help him run the bulls into the chute.
I hope so too.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I just wanted to thank Ms. Bigby for representing us down there. You did an awesome job, and I read your the letter that you written. I read that twice. And it's just your ideas are so innovative, and it's just good to see that we have youth out there that are thinking the way you're thinking. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Nope. Good job.
Since Kayleen is not here, she did do her summary in that for the IAC to Brenda before for their follow-up. So she's just going to read what she had received down there and what she came out with when she was there.
So this is a text I have from Kayleen Howard. As mentioned before, she is a senior at the Ronan High School and had a test that she couldn't get out of in time to attend today. The two things I learned was that every tribe has their own struggles. They might not be the same as ours, but they all struggle. Going to this conference helped me view the lives of other tribes, and it helped me open a better understanding about them. Another thing I learned was the different types. Let me open this up more. Another thing I learned was the different types of scholarships that are available for Native youth. Some of those scholarships can even cover up to 4 years in college. All this information is important to me because hopefully later on I'll be working with these different tribes, and at least when I do, I'll know their story better. My favorite thing was the lunch at the conference and tasting the different foods from different tribes all put together. And that is the luncheon that they do where everything you are served is from a sovereign nation. And Kayleen has a particular interest in cooking and food resources. And when she applied through her cooking life skills class through the Ronan High School. And so was coming at it from a dietetic look at food insecurity, what that means from a dietary standpoint, and the reason why food sovereignty is so important in impacting what tribal nations currently experience through diet and nutrition.
Pete?
Oh, yes, so a part of what I was attending the IAC conference is a representative of the tribe on the caucus for the Rocky Mountain region, and that was Anita's position as the chairperson of the region. I was fortunate enough to be named the vice chair my first year going, so that was pretty special in the fact that get to hold a position within our region. Montana region and Wyoming is the Rocky Mountain region. Some of the things that we really discuss and what the caucus does is it brings forth issues that will go on to the IAC Council for them to discuss in Washington, D.C. on a policy making level. Of course, with some of the issues that the other tribes were having, it really came down to the BIA and the Hearth Act and understanding that, what it means for tribes, what it means for tribal ag producers, and also just BIA in general in timeframes, land valuations, lending in Indian country as a whole, trust land fractionation, and right-of-ways. So those are issues that other tribes are experiencing and really needing to bring that forth so they can figure out how to better serve membership, how to better serve egg producers. With that, they looked at, upcoming farm bill and what that means for Indian agriculture and the roles that tribes and native producers will partake in the next farm bill. Some of the other things that were a topic of discussion were streamlined access to USDA programs within the FSA, NRCS, rural development, and what the Inflation Reduction Act could do for Indian country and for tribal producers, and really looking at it from disaster assistance, value-added programs, energy, food sovereignty, and irrigation issues. Some of the big topics that I seen from a high level was the regenerative egg project that the IEC has. And really what that is promoting an economically and sustainable way of utilizing the ecosystems on each reservation. So what the regenerative egg project is really focused on is how can we manage lands in a way that it's going to regenerate purposefully, and weed management's part of that, and how can we use government assistance through the NRCS programs to be able to make that happen. A few other things, obviously the big topic, as you mentioned, was the food sovereignty, meat to market, for producers, and food sovereignty for tribes, and what is there out there for grant funding, financing opportunities for both SNAP program in Indian country. And we do know that Montana is one of the favorable states for the SNAP program and using value added and using native produced products to go to the school system and through the SNAP system. So that's something that we're looking forward to as producers, and value added is because that's an opportunity for us to really focus and change our markets to make sure that we're able to provide locally sourced products to these programs within the state. There was a lot of interest into the meat and poultry facilities, which of course that ties into what us as a tribe is looking at as far as a meat and slaughter facility. There's a lot of great examples out in Indian country of what's available, what other tribes are doing, and they're more than willing to help and make sure that we're going to put our best foot forward versus, taking the hard steps that they've taken. So there's a lot of resources out there within the IEC that we can use to really push those initiatives that we have as far as economic development goes. There's a lot of opportunity just for impact on food sovereignty, with the Indian Egg Foods Initiative that they have. We're really able to look at native produced products, whether it's beef, whether it's produce, whether it's rice, poultry, eggs, whatever it may be, and really push those out into the marketplace. I know discussions that I've had on the side is a lot of distribution. How can we look at ways of distributing tribal products more readily and make them more readily available to markets, not just local markets, but regional. So I'm really looking forward to a lot of stuff that's into that realm just within the Rocky Mountain region. Some other discussions that I had, and I know I've talked to Mark about it, is agriculture resource management planning, and really tying in conservation planning for agriculture and how we can look at the regenerative systems that we're learning about within IAC to be able to implement those within some sort of agriculture resource management plan, to make sure that we're taking care of the landscape that we live on and we utilize, and at the same time is utilize program funding for that, technical assistance and grant funding for that. It's available, it's out there. We as a tribe, and then the tribal producers themselves, we need to make ourselves aware of it. And I think that the technical assistance, the folks that are doing the technical assistance for our region is really wanting to reach out. And I do know the conversations I had with Craig Harry, is one of our technical assistance individuals. We're looking at hosting multiple meetings within the next year. I think April and maybe August or September will be kind of the two meetings that we'll be looking at. And the focus on those is looking at the technical assistance and what they can provide for us as far as things that we want to see within our reservation. So if it's more on the resource NRCS, or if it's more on finance and FSA, how to get into those types of places. And then also looking at it from their purview, what can IAC bring to us? That's pretty much what I experienced.
Pete, curiosity in looking at those markets, like, public schools and schools for Indian ag products. Was there any discussion about the market in the Department of Interior with national parks and concessionaires?
Yes, there has been. I think that I talked to it from the level of both a contributor and also from the tribal perspective, more so as a contributor. I do have my own label. And so from my perspective is, if there is an opportunity for a vendor to put in their bid and win the bid with the park services, then tribal producers have an opportunity to utilize their products. So from that standpoint, I've been approached to just say, hey, there's an opportunity that may be coming. Are you able to provide a certain amount of product, right? And it really comes down to how the procurement's going to be set up. And I think that it'll be set up in a manner that it'll be favorable for tribal producers.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Pete? Thanks for that summary, Pete. Thanks.
I just wanted to tag something onto Pete's presentation as well regarding the SNAP program. So we have the SNAP program is run through our office here for the Flathead Reservation. I've had one full-time employee running that, and I have a new full-time employee starting next Tuesday, so that we will be able to reach out to more schools and more adults with the education we can provide there. One of the challenges that I have been arguing with the state and MSU and the folks running that SNAP program is that they have been very confining, these are my words, confining in what they allow my SNAP coworkers to teach in Indian country, and incorporating those indigenous foods into what they're cooking with our people. And that is changing. So I attended the program that was hosted by representation from MSU, from Mariah Gladstone with IndigiKitchen out of Blackfeet, and USDA. Those rules are changing. So it is now, we're starting to see the trickle down effect. When the USDA changes those rules, then that allows my SNAP educators to start incorporating indigenous foods. One of the hiccups has been that for this route, what is the nutritional value or exchange for whatever food is currently approved? And so that is happening. We are now starting to have those exchange charts. And so we can begin to use those foods in our classroom teaching and work with public and private schools in incorporating those foods and knowing the nutritional exchange rate in their system and their reports, how they record what did you offer the children nutritionally. It has to be at this amount for that long. And there's a whole bunch of rules that go into it. But I was really excited for the first time. I see that change happening. And I see the little raindrops are starting to collect. And I'm hoping for some really big puddles in the next couple of years. So really exciting.
Not much to say other than Pete killed it. It was really fun. It was super educational, and it was very eye-opening on the level that we are a very progressive tribe, but we're light years behind these other tribes in the agriculture world, which is very bizarre to me because you think about the investment in agriculture is security and food sovereignty. So you're investing into something that's going to generate revenue for you and create jobs, but it's also going to give us the security that we can take care of our people, whether it be through bison or livestock or food or whatever it be. And you got a great group of people here, and Jay Smith went down there with us. He was also another one. So it's a pretty powerful group that went down there. And a lot of people do look up to us. They really respect the Flathead Reservation and Nation. And I think we need to get caught up to them, and we need to pass them up. So a lot of grants out there.
Just to follow up with that, the last two things I have on this one was, to follow up with Zainan's was if you look at the agenda, there is a lot of other resource specialists that could have been down at this one that we just don't get the word out in time to them, or they just don't see where they fit into the IAC. But there was stuff about depredation, so wildlife can be down there. There was stuff on youth components, hydrology, food sovereignty. So there's a lot more opportunities, and we would like to see a bigger showing even from CSKT at this. I have talked with food sovereignty with Jordan and Dana, and I've talked with Miranda Berland also. Like, there is so much other opportunities of even grant writing and knowing the USDA system and FSA system to be able to get extra funding through their programs. So I'm hoping for next year that we even have a bigger turnout from CSKT at it, because it is a well worth conference. This was my first time going down to it, and it's very exciting to see the buzz going on down there within the Indian country throughout the nation, and well, actually the world, actually, because they have people from Asia, Alaska, the Polynesian Islands, everywhere coming in on this. So it is just not United States, and it is a very impressive meeting and venue that they put it in at, because of just the collaboration and the people you get to network and meet, from grant writers to other tribal entities that are working on the same projects you are or have already done them, and they are ready to assist you, and the ability to reach out to other programs out there that will give you free assistance on getting some of this stuff taken care of, where the tribes are not having to try to contract out a grant writer or anybody like that. They have these professionals that will assist through the IEC at no cost. So it is a very, very good put on conference. The only problem is that the agendas usually are a little late for the full docket. They just give a brief summary when you have to register, but then the meat and potatoes come later. And it is very well worth going down for all the departments to focus on through the tribes.
No pun intended on the meat and potatoes, huh?
Yep, no pun. And with that pun, Brenda Ritchie actually had done up 2 certificates of achievement, one for Brandy and one for Kayleen. And I'm going to hand Brandy hers now, and I'm going to pass Kayleen's around so you can see it. And you will see what Terry was talking about, the power that these two had, not only their excitement and enthusiasm down at the conference, but they were actually asked to lead the procession into the venue on opening day. So they brought the flag in and Anita's picture in for all the years that she represented CSKT at the IAC. And that is on here. So I want to pass this around so you guys can take a look at the picture. And everybody was standing ovation when the procession walks in and they see Flathead Nation flag flying first, and they see CSKT coming in. So I wanted to give this out to council to take a look at, and then hand Brandy hers.
Sounds great.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, I really appreciated Mark's comments and his attendance there, and was really engaging and involved. It's kind of like him on the comment he said there. I was thinking a Whisper and Shannon should have been down there, because I talked to Jeremy, Not Afraid, and there's funding USDA and insurance and different things that could help at the bison range, and I know they were talking about that here the other day. So I want to get with Shannon and give them the card and get a hold of them, but it'd be nice to have them down there as well.
with that, that's all we had.
Thank you, Mark. Go ahead, Carol.
Jimmy asked me to help him with an issue this morning of getting somebody's power turned back on to Missoula Electric. And I texted Patricia Hibbler, and she said they were on it. But if somebody would just please, because they were supposed to do it last night, and she was without power all night, and then today. If somebody will just please pick up the phone and call her. I've texted, I've called Patricia. Nobody will answer. And I'm just like, if we wait too much longer, then it gets to be 5:30 and then it's after hours, and it makes it look like she's been, she'd waited till after hours. But I just need a response from somebody that they're handling this and getting it on today, No, I just need somebody to say, yes, we've taken care of it. We have. Well, tell Jimmy. Jimmy's the one that initially got the call.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, she called me day before or yesterday morning, had our lights are on, and asked me if I could help her get them turned on. She would gladly pay it back. She didn't have the money right now. So I contacted Patricia and give her a phone number to contact the lady. She called me this morning and said nobody had called her, and asked if I could help her get a loan through travel credit, but she's not working. So she wouldn't have qualified for that. So I'm still trying to get her power turned on, just because she lives up in Everett. It's gonna freeze up there, and she'll have more problems, but she's willing to pay it back. And so I passed the information on. Nobody called her, so I give it to Carol. Carol tried, nobody's called. So probably not gonna get it on today either. And it's being in Everett, it's in Missoula, the electric company. So I don't know the process there.
Do we know how much?
I don't know how much.
So Missoula Electric, they cut people's power off in the middle of the winter?
Yeah, they shut it off.
Wow.
It's been shut off. Trying to find her right here. No, she didn't put the amount. She just gave her address. And that's where it was.
So you actually had a discussion with Patty, or?
Yeah, I talked with Patty Hibbler yesterday and asked her to call her. I gave her the phone number and everything because I know following the process. And she said she would, but Marcy called me this morning and said nobody had contacted her. She didn't have any missed calls except for mine. So. Mr. Chair. What is?
Bing?
Are we still in session?
Jimmy,
Yeah, pardon? We can go into executive session.